Okay, so I just took a little lunch break and sitting here waiting for files to copy over, I noticed some pieces that go places, so don't be surprised if I just start moving and putting things where they need to go. So let's get back to the puzzle.
But now, if you cut it, you can put it in the extra bits on the YouTube channel.
No, don't. I'm not making any promises about that.
This could be cut and bend.
Yeah,
That's the ultimate humiliation. Now it's like double cut. It's always funny. Like we talk before the show, and like I'm looking at you on the camera, and it's like normal. And then when we go into this blind mode, and you're just a voice, it's like you're a different person. Do you feel that?
It's a strange transition. I think from we're just chatting about what we were just talking about your very handsome office a moment ago, but now suddenly it feels like there are people here, and of course the internet is now here with us.
That's it. That's what it is. It feels like when we go into okay, let's start. It feels like there are more people all of a sudden. That's what that feeling is.
Yes. So it is different suddenly, even though our physical surroundings have changed basically not at all, except that I can no longer see you and you can no longer see me.
Interesting. That's interesting. All right. Anyway, enough of this existential crisis. Follow up.
I have something I'm going to call feedback on feedback, which is on our YouTube channel, which is 10 episodes behind our audio version. I recently just put up the feedback on feedback episode. So it's interesting to have this bit of a time delay for the YouTube people versus the audio people. And
it's like Inception every time we talk about people commenting on videos that are commenting on. It gets a bit...
Yes, it does. And then trying to keep in mind that this is then going to be... Our conversation is going to pass through... So are we talking to the people in the future? Or it's always very strange. In that episode, that is the episode where we talk about who is the person who leaves the 3-star review that you only get 5-star reviews or 3-star reviews. 5-star reviews or 1-star reviews, but you don't get very many 3-star reviews.
Of course, yeah. And you get the people who love things and the people who hate things, and you don't get the meh people.
Yes. And so, but I can't help but notice that since we put that up on YouTube, that's the episode in which we're talking about reviews. I noticed we got another spike of reviews on iTunes for the podcast, and I do go through and I read all of those. I have a little program that actually aggregates the reviews from all over the world, so I can see what reviews people have left about the show because I'm very interested. I feel the need to officially tell people, you don't need to leave a 3-star review just so that I will read it. But then we had a big spike in people leaving 3-star reviews saying, "Oh, I totally love the show," but Gray said that nobody leaves 3-star reviews. So here's my 3-star review. Love the show.
It's like when you get... I mean, you probably don't get this so much because your videos get watched so quickly, but on some of my slower channels, you will get a point where you'll have a video that's been up for a while and it's only got thumbs up, everyone's liked it, and it's had 0 dislikes. And as soon as someone points that out in the comments and says, "Oh wow, isn't it great, this video's never had a single dislike," you will get a dislike within half a second.
Yes.
Because someone just wants to...
Yes.
Someone wants to break something beautiful.
Yes, that's exactly it.
You should tell people that you will only read the 5-star reviews with this aggregator of yours. So people want to have their comment read by you personally, that personal touch. They have to leave a 5-star.
No, I will be honest about this. I do read all the reviews. I will just say that if you actually like the show, leaving a 3-star review is not the most helpful thing that you can do. I promise I will read the review anyway. So I don't, I'm like on my videos, I don't like to say at the end of the videos like everyone does on YouTube, "Oh, don't forget to like the video." But since we had people go out of their way to give us reviews lower than they normally would, I'm going to take this opportunity to just ask, if you enjoy the show, would you please leave a review that is actually reflective of the number of stars that you think the show should get? I would appreciate that. So this is my second call for reviews, and I just wanted to put that out there. I read them all. It's not like my emails where I delete things instantly. I'm very interested to hear what people have to say about the show in the reviews. If it makes you feel bad, my mom reads the reviews as well, so she doesn't like to see people give me reviews.
Oh man, you shouldn't tell people that. Oh man, that was a big mistake.
You think so? I'm trying to guilt people into it.
To be fair, Gray, I think it's only a 3-star show anyway. There's another sigh for the compilation.
No. Well, I'm trying to think about how to answer that, which is, as we have said many times, this is the two dudes talking genre, and I always feel with these things that in the grand scheme of podcasts that are available for people to listen to, yes, I think this show may be a 3-star show when you're talking about comparison to something like Radiolab, for example, 5-star podcast, no doubt about it. But it's always with this kind of show, it's about the reaction for the person listening to the people talking. And so, like, for some people, they're really going to like it, and for some people, they're really going to not like it. My sigh was because I could both kind of agree with you, but I look about it in a slightly different way.
Well, you took that way more seriously than you were supposed to. It was just like a glib comment.
No, it was
I really
very
I actually listened to the podcast, would you believe? Like, I've been in it, and sometimes if I'm going for a walk and I've listened to all the ones I want to listen to, I'll chuck on one of those old Hello Internets and have a reminisce about the session we had. I've done it a few times.
Sorry, I just like the reminiscing there, because we haven't been doing this that long. But how do you find listening to the show? Because I mean, I usually end up listening to it about 3 times probably before it goes up, but that's because I'm editing it. So
yeah.
I mean, how does it when you're taking a little walk? How you enjoy listening to the show?
I always like the most recent one and think that one's alright, and the older ones I don't like. And I'm like that with my videos too. If I can't watch my old videos. I just don't enjoy it. But the most recent video, I always think, yeah, that's pretty good. I hope people like that one. So
yeah, nobody can watch their old stuff. It's always terribly cringeworthy. I do want to mention, just before I forget, one more thing about the feedback on feedback, which is what I haven't done in a while is mention new countries where we have reviews. And that's of course because it's like, as time goes on, it's harder and harder to get new countries. You ever play Magic the Gathering?
No, that sounds like something that you would do.
Yeah, it sounds really rare. It's a card game. You have to like buy decks of cards, but some of the cards are really rare. And so basically, if you are in a country that we haven't received a review from yet, you are basically like one of the rare Magic the Gathering cards. That's what we're looking for here. But anyway, so we have
like sports. It's like sports cards. So then I'm with you.
Do they vary the frequency of the
Yeah,
sports?
sometimes you'll get special cards, and they'll be like these premium ones that are on this like shiny foil sort of material, and they're like rare ones to get. Like it's like a golden ticket in Willy Wonka. You open your pack, and there's one of these golden cards where the players all printed on like this different golden material.
Oh, I didn't know they did that. Yeah, so it's the same idea. But anyway, so we have 3 that I just wanted to mention quickly. I have not been to any of these places, but they are Costa Rica, Cyprus, and Ecuador are our new 3 since the last time I mentioned this a little while ago. So thank you very much to the reviewers in those countries who have added this to our list of places that we have reviews from. So thank you very much.
You know, Costa Rica's been awesome in the World Cup that's on at the moment.
I do not know that.
They were like overachievers. Well, actually, maybe they weren't overachievers. They were just awesome. They won the group with England and Italy and all that. And they're out now, but they did really well.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Costa Rica.
Yeah, talk to me about Kindles. You had a bit of a rant about Kindles in the last episode. Have you gotten over that?
No, well, no, I haven't gotten over it because I have to face the horrors that I discussed last time every day when I read a book. So no, I haven't gotten over it.
Do you use your Kindle every day?
I make a real attempt to try and read something long form every day, and I usually do that on the Kindle. I'm not always successful, but I do try to carve out time to say, okay, I am going to read some section of a book now, and I find the Kindle is the best for that. Aside from all the
during the day, do you do this, or will it be like your bedtime thing, or like when do you normally find this reading time?
It's usually around lunchtime. Is when I'll do it. It's like, okay, it's lunch now. I'm going to try to carve out at least 20 minutes where I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to read, a section of a nonfiction book that I'm working my way through. So,
you're so disciplined with your time.
Well, I mean, this is the ideal version of it. I don't do it every day, but I would say I do it most days of the week. I'm curious to know what my hit rate is on this, but more days than not, I do it. Is what I would say.
So anyway,
Don't you read regularly?
well, just usually like bedtime. Sometimes I'll just like, you know, if I've got time, I'll just go, oh, read a chapter of a book, or if I go on holidays or trips and planes and things like that. But I certainly don't have like a regime or carve out time for it. It just kind of, I don't know. Life's just too busy. I don't know how you do it.
I have a little checklist. That's my daily checklist, and read for 20 minutes is one of the items on there. So I'm happy when I can successfully check that checkbox. That's how I do it.
But you don't have to check that checkbox. You realise you could just say, I'm not going to do that today, and I'm going to do this instead, or do this for longer, or.
Oh no! Don't.
What makes
yeah,
you?
don't.
What makes you obey the checklist? Because I wake up every morning thinking of all the things I want to do, and I'm going to go to the gym, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to pay those bills, and I'm going to sort everything out. And then the end of the day comes, and it's like, well, actually, I didn't do any of that because I got sidetracked. What makes you obey yourself?
This could be a whole topic on its own, but nothing makes me obey the checklist. It's I have one particular checklist that I use, which is the kind of ideal checklist that ideal day checklist, I should say, which
Is that its name? Has it got like a name it's saved under?
I call it the workflow checklist, but it's basically
Workflow.
in a perfect day, I would hit all of the items on this list. So there's time that's blocked out for different kinds of activities, one of which happens to be the reading, some of it which happens to be working on the next video. There's a few other things, but there's I don't know, maybe 10 items on this, which is a perfect day is hitting all of these items.
Oh, well, if there's only 10, surely you can reel off the list for us.
No, I'm not going to. It's secret. But
Oh, really? Are there like illegal activities on
yes, that's exactly it.
rob a bank?
Yeah, so there's nothing that forces me, but it's a nice way to keep track of how did I do, and then I can be a little bit reflective at the end of the day, which I can look at the checklist and say like, oh, well, today was a day that didn't go very well, or ooh, look at this, almost everything is checked off on this list. Like, this is a very good day. The reading is on there because it's not important on any particular day, but it's something that matters over the long run. Whether or not you read every day matters over a long time scale. So it's something I try to not skip. And there's a few other items that are kind of like that, of stuff that it's not important today, but it does matter over the longer term. So
I want to throw down a challenge to everyone who comments on Reddit on the podcasts to list the 10 items they think are on Gray's checklist. And when we eventually get access to that list in a future podcast, we will see how accurate people were.
okay.
And be serious about it. Don't like put silly things or rude things.
Yeah, tell the
Praise it,
internet
praise
not to
it.
be silly. That's gonna work real well.
Yeah, that's like telling them not to put 3-star reviews.
yeah. Don't hurt my mother's feelings by leaving a mean review.
Coming back to the Kindle then.
Oh yes, that's what were we talking about? Oh right, people were sending me all of this information. I wanted to know why Kindle do you do this horrific thing of fully justifying the text and making every day a little bit sadder for me. And people sent me all of these answers saying how it's baked into the format of Kindle books, that the books are specified that they're going to be fully justified. And so I got some answers from people trying to speculate about stuff. But then I found out, which has just made me even sadder about this whole situation, which I did not think was possible, that on the older model Kindles, which maybe you have, because as we found out last time, you have no idea what Kindle you even have.
I sent you a photo of my Kindle.
You did not. I never got a photo of your Kindle.
I sent you a photo. You even
did
replied
not.
to it.
What? I don't.
Yeah, because remember you commented that it had because it was uncharged, and you said you'd never seen the uncharged sign before.
Oh, I forgot about this. Yes, you did say
Yeah.
this, but I think that's right. Okay,
I still don't know what kind it is, but you at least have a photo of it now, so you should know.
I guess I do.
It hasn't got a keyboard or a button.
You did send me that thing. I just put that out of my mind. Oh, okay. So you have the same Kindle that I do. You have the
Okay.
Paperwhite.
Yeah,
There you go. That's what you have, Brady. Now you know.
thank you.
Yes. So what I discovered that made me even more sad is that on the older model of Kindles, there is a secret option that people can enable, which will left justify the text. Now, here's why this is infuriating to me, because this immediately invalidates all of the arguments that other people have sent me about, like, oh, it's a formatting, probably like there's some sort of technical reason. There obviously isn't. If there's a secret option on the older Kindles to be able to left align the text, it is technically possible, which means I'm being pushed into the belief that Amazon is just either irrational or vindictive with its choice to force fully justified text on the Kindle page. If it's technically possible, if you used to let people do it, if people who still have old Kindles can left justify the text, then you're just being mean by taking this option away on the newer Kindles.
There must be a reason. There must be.
I want to believe that there is a reason. I really do, but now it's just I don't know what to think anymore. Again, if anybody listening to the sound of my voice works at Amazon, it's okay. You can send me an anonymous email. I won't tell anyone. I just need to
You
know.
also probably won't read it.
I just need to know.
Leave a review.
Yeah, that is what I want. Leave a review, or if you're on the software team at Kindle, just slip in a hidden option for the Paperwhite, and no one will know.
Yeah.
You just get that pass through on the code review for the next iteration, right? Make everybody happy. But
Wouldn't it be awesome if the way you accessed it was you had to type like CGP on some screen?
oh man, that would be the best. That would be the best.
Oh, that would be cool.
I'd be really excited about that. And I could more pleasantly read books every day. And so could everybody else. Just left justify the text, Amazon. Anyway, I don't get started, but that was my feedback. I am even sadder after learning more about the situation, which I did not think was possible. So, yeah, that's that.
I would like to thank everybody who has been tweeting and emailing me all the times they've seen the word humbled being used
Oh, yes?
in various books and articles on that. It's become quite fun. It's become kind of like a Where's Wally? Where can you find them? You send them in.
Mhm.
Much appreciated and entertained. And also, as we record this, it's the night after Brazil were dumped out of their own Soccer World Cup in traumatic circumstances for them. They were beaten 7-1 by Germany, which is an unprecedented result, especially for a team like that.
Mm-hmm.
And lots of people tweeted me during the game and said, now surely this is an example of a team or sports people being humbled, and indeed it was. Very traumatic for the people of Brazil though, my condolences. Like, I know it's only sport, but in Brazil it transcends sport. And
Well,
losing a semi-final of the World Cup in your own country after all that build-up in such spectacular fashion, I feel their pain.
Yeah, I don't follow this very closely either, but I can definitely sympathize with that feeling of everybody wants the hosting country to win. That's how it should work, or at the very least make it to the final round. So I can definitely understand that it is very crushing. You feel the same way with the Olympics. Whoever's hosting the Olympics, it feels like I really hope they get the most gold medals.
I don't feel that way.
What do you mean you don't feel that way?
I feel the opposite. I always think it's unfair. I always think if you win a major thing in your own country, you've done it with assistance or an advantage, and I think that slightly detracts from the glory of the win. Controversial, I know.
I know. Well,
I mean, it just seems too much of a coincidence that the host country suddenly wins more often. Obviously, they've got an advantage.
well,
Like if I spent all my life training to be the world's best at something, and then I went to the Olympics and I got picked by someone from the home country who obviously got that extra bit of support from the crowd, I'd be devastated. They won because of, I know they didn't take drugs, but they got an advantage that I didn't get. Home ground advantage.
So what you're saying is that the Olympics or the World Cup should be held in a country that is not participating.
No, I'm not saying that, and it's just
I think that's what you're saying.
it's just part of the beast that someone is going to have that advantage. But I think this feeling that everyone wants the home country to win, I don't think that's fair. I think it's like, all the more glory to someone who who can win against the home country on their home turf. Like, it's good for the tournament, and it's good that Brazil got as far as they did, because the more the people of the country are interested in the tournament, the better the tournament is. The crowds are more active, there's more excitement, there's more buzz around the whole thing. I'm glad Brazil did well. And Brazil, and just between you and me, Brazil are pretty handy at soccer, so, you know, they win their share of World Cups anyway. But I think this home advantage thing, I've always felt this, you know, I think there's more glory in winning something on foreign soil.
There's more glory for the winning team, but I still feel like I would have wanted Brazil to win, even though I'm not invested in this. I would be like, wherever it is hosted. I feel like if I was architect of the universe, I would want them to win. That seems better.
I feel a bit like, well, the best team didn't win. Like, you know, the best team didn't get to win. Someone else stole what was rightfully theirs because they had an advantage.
I'm realizing of course I agree with you. I'm realizing what I'm actually saying, but not, or what I'm actually thinking but not saying, is that I want whoever is hosting the game to happen to also have the best team that year. That's how I want things to line up.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
This is an entirely unreasonable request, but that's
and
what I
don't
want.
get me wrong. Like when Australia hosts a big event, I want Australians to win everything. It's not like I'm as biased as the next man. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know what to think about what I just said, but I'm sure I'll be told.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store. Squarespace has been around for 10 years, and they're constantly improving their platform with new features, new designs, and even better support. And they have a ton of style options, so you can create a unique website for you or your business. And every design automatically includes a mobile experience that matches the overall style of your website, so your content looks great on every device, every time. And Squarespace is easy to use with simple drag and drop tools, but if you need help, Squarespace has an amazing support team that works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And their new Squarespace Metric app for iPhone and iPad allows you to check site stats like page views, unique visitors, and social media followers while on the go. Squarespace has so much cool stuff they can't even mention it in every single one of these ads, and for example, one of the things that they don't mention in the standard read they give me is Squarespace Commerce. So if you want a Squarespace website and you're trying to sell stuff, they already have a tool that you can use to set up basically everything you need to move physical or digital products through your store. It works with all their templates. You can use Stripe to collect payment. They have simple pricing. There's inventory management, coupons and taxes and shipping and order fulfillment and mailing list integration and express checkouts and customizable order emails. There's just a ton of stuff in here for you if you want to use your site to actually sell something on a business. So definitely check them out if that sounds like something you might want to do. So Squarespace is good for everyone, whether you need a simple website solution or you're a developer and you want to get into the code. There are so many options, and it starts at just $8 a month and includes a free domain name if you sign up for a year. So start a trial with no credit card required today and begin building your website. And when you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure to use the offer code HelloInternet, all one word, to get 10% off and to show your support for the show. Once again, that offer code is HelloInternet. We thank Squarespace for their support. Squarespace, everything you need to create an exceptional website.
Any more follow-up?
No, but what I do have is, drumroll please, the triumphant return of Plane Crash Corner, is it not?
Why not?
Oh,
Why
look
not?
at you. You have just made so many people happy.
Well, you gave me enough incentive there with that drum roll, and you feigned enough enthusiasm for me to talk about planes for a minute.
I'm really interested. I want to hear.
Well, your mum does, when she's not reading reviews. I know she enjoys Plane Crash.
She does, she does.
There were two things I was going to mention. One is, despite my sort of interest in aviation, I've never really followed aviation Twitter streams and things very closely, but I've recently started following a couple. I can't even remember what they are. They're these sort of aviation geeks who, you know, obviously sit at their computer and watch the live trackers of every plane in the world doing what they're doing. I really enjoy it. You get lots of great pictures and information and about things happening in the world of aviation. But, and there is a but, they do make flying suddenly seem much, much unsafer than I previously thought. Because what I've learned, I think it's a sort of false alarm sort of thing. What I've learned is every time any plane decides it's got a problem and wants to divert or land early, skip the queue or go somewhere else, this becomes huge breaking news for these Twitter feeds. Flight 743 has declared an emergency and is now heading to Paris. And they've got these regular updates, and you can click on links and follow it, and you're suddenly thinking, oh my goodness, a crash is going to happen. This is amazing. Like, oh no. And then every single time the plane lands and it turns out someone stubbed their toe or,
it's like an onboard medical emergency or something.
Yeah,
like
it could
that.
be anything. But every time you think something amazing's happening, and maybe it is some minor technical thing which means the plane can jump the queue, but it has. I'm always the first person to say that flying's very safe, but following these Twitter streams does change your outlook on that. And actually, it changes it falsely. Flying is still safe, but this sort of. So that's something I'll send you some of the Twitter streams and you can follow them.
Please don't send me this. I have no interest in adding daily anxiety to my Twitter stream. I don't open up my Twitter stream and see nothing but problems. That's like signing up to police blotters all around the world Twitter streams. You know what I would love? I would love to be informed of every murder. Right? Please let me know about every murder that happens in the world. I want to know every day. You would never want to go outside if that was your Twitter stream. So
we have these little local newsletters and newspapers where I live that they will pop through your letterbox, and they'll have like a little crime corner, and every single thing that happens in the town, like Betty Jones had her pot plant stolen from house number 3, like makes it into the publication. So suddenly everything's like everyone's a plant burglar. So anyway,
we better take the daisies in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. So you're right. Following you can follow things too closely.
Yes, definitely.
But there was a video posted just recently. I don't know if you've seen it. Certainly, everyone has sent it to me, and they've sent it to more than me because it's been watched 16 million times. So, and I can assure you, I'm responsible for only about 5 of them. But it was a 767 plane coming into land recently at the airport at Barcelona. And as it came into land, another 767 was sort of pootling along on the ground and crossed the runway as it was going about its business, and it looks like the two would have hit. And this plane that was coming into land, sort of at the last minute, fires up the engines to maximum. You can hear the engines screaming and pulls up at the very last minute and flies over the top of this plane that's slowly crawling across its runway. It's worth a watch. It's really interesting to see. You don't often get to see these things, so I'm sure you'll put the link in the notes. So it's not a plane crash; it's a near plane crash.
It's the UTair Aviation.
That's the one.
I was just trying to pull it up.
You're watching it now, are you?
UTair 767-300 near miss question mark. Surely they know person who posted this video.
Well, you decide. I mean, it's not as they're not like rubbing paint off each other, but you could see what could have happened. Are you watching it?
Yeah, I just pulled it up now.
Have a little watch.
Okay, I know I complained about the question mark in this, but now I can see why there is a question mark in this video.
Not close enough for your liking?
It's not that it's not close enough. It's actually just that the angle makes it difficult to appreciate the closeness. But I would say you could definitely say, looking at this video, that they would have collided had the plane not pulled up at the last moment. And it has 16 million views as of this moment.
Take it to the bank.
Yeah.
But the thing to remember with those big planes too, though, is like it's like the Titanic,
Yeah.
It's one thing to see the iceberg in front of you, but you've then got to do a few things, and these things aren't as responsive and nimble as a bicycle. So
yeah,
a near miss doesn't necessarily look like a near miss, but it's a cool video.
Yeah, I will put it in the description. And
Still no news on that Malaysia plane. Who knows when we'll ever get any news. I was talking to a mate of mine who's a pilot the other day about it,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, I won't bore you with just more speculation. But one interesting thing he said to me was all those things that got switched off on the plane, all those the tracking devices
Mhm.
that were manually switched off. My mate who flies commercial airliners said he wouldn't even know how to switch those things off if he was asked to. So it's not like someone has, you know, pressed the wrong button or something like that. For someone to switch those things off, there's a pretty strong chance they've planned well in advance to switch it off.
So we're getting into conspiracy theory territory here. Is that
I'm
what's
just
going
saying.
on? Okay, I'm
Just saying.
You're the expert. You're the expert.
I'm not the expert. I'm just some numpty that follows it on Twitter and watches YouTube videos and watches air crash investigation TV shows.
Of the two
And
of
what-
us, you are the expert.
That is true of the two of us.
Right.
So there you go. If you're on a plane at the moment, enjoy your flight.
I see on Twitter people requesting Plane Crash Corner because they are going to the airport or because they're going to
I
be
know.
on a flight. I don't understand this. I'm glad that people like it. I'm glad that it makes people happy, but I find that very strange. I don't understand that mindset of, yeah. Anyway, I hope it made those people happy.
I've read a few 9/11 books on planes,
Mhm.
and they've got, like, you know, pictures on the cover of the towers
Mhm.
being struck by planes, and I always feel a bit weird doing that on planes and sort of make sure I obscure the cover and things like that because
Yeah,
it's a bit
that
weird.
seems like bad form. But didn't you also told me you watched those plane crash shows on the airplane? Did
No,
you?
I don't do that because I only usually watch what's available on the plane,
Mhm.
and as yet, most airlines have not started showing air crash investigation as part of their in-flight entertainment. If they had it, I probably would.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So
Can you imagine that? I'd love that.
if we ever fly somewhere together, I don't want to sit next to you if you are going to be watching plane crash investigation the entire time. That can't.
I won't, and I probably won't talk too much about plane crashes. I know that's poor form. There you go. Cut it if you need to. You put a video out.
Yes, I did.
Congratulations. This is it feels like you're churning them out at the moment, mate. What's going on?
Everyone said that. I don't feel like they're much faster, but I don't know. I haven't. Someone out there probably has a spreadsheet of my upload schedule. I have no idea, but yes, I got this one out frantically and just barely in time for the July 4th deadline. But yes, this we are recording it shortly. Actually, maybe not that shortly after, but a few days after the American Empire video went live. So
Already past 1 million views.
yes, that has crossed over into my very successful categorization, which is more views than subscribers within 7 days. So I don't know. I can't complain
Oh,
about
that's
that.
an interesting metric. I've not heard that one.
I'm pretty sure we talked about this before.
Yeah, more views than. I have to remember that one. I'll start applying that.
I don't think I don't think this works entirely, but this and also because YouTube has shall we say dramatically changed the way subscribers work since about a year ago. My metric used to always be I would take the number of subscribers and you say, okay, I should get more if I take the subscriber number and divide it by 3, so I take 1/3 of that. I should get more views than a third of my subscribers within 7 days. And I got that number by looking at other channels that I thought were successful channels and seeing how do their video views do compared to their subscriber numbers. So that was kind of my minimum threshold of what counts as anything below that would be kind of a failure. But I may have
God,
to
you're making me
revise
feel
that.
pretty miserable right now.
Well, it also it depends on what kind of channel you're running. You have to look at okay, what are comparable channels. So I was looking at other channels that had like a low upload frequency but relatively successful videos. But I haven't revised that number recently, and I think I may have to because of the way I think subscribers, those numbers mean less now than they used to. So I think that estimate may be a little bit over optimistic, but still I think a very successful video for me is more views than subscribers in 7 days. And so the American Empire one crossed that, and yes, I'm pleased with that. It's better than
It was a cool
I was
video.
expecting.
It was like it feels like kind of the American equivalent of your famous UK explained video. It felt very much like that. It was the US version. It was the video that was begging to be made.
Yes, that is exactly it. And I have to say,
Then why the hell did it take so long to make it?
well, I am kind of unable to believe that nobody made this video before me. This has been anxious and on my mind for a long time that somebody was going to beat me to this video, because it seemed like the obvious thing to do, and I don't know why nobody made it before I did. So I just feel really
How do you
lucky
know
with this
nobody?
one.
How do you know nobody's made it, and it just wasn't successful, and it's on some channel with 7 views?
Well, I don't know that because I'm not YouTube omniscient. I can't know that every video is on the whole.
Don't say
YouTube.
that. You're into. I thought you were.
I mean, like, why don't you know what everybody had for breakfast today? It's like, because that's beyond the scope of knowability.
Okay, well, if it's beyond the scope, you didn't stop you saying it a minute ago.
Yeah, okay, so I would have to go back and edit in the word virally successful, right?
Okay.
No one made a virally successful version of this video is the correct thing. But yes, if you are the listener who made the video that has 7 views, I guess I'm sorry, but yeah. So
Yeah.
I was anxious about getting kind of scooped on this one, and I have been for a long time, because this has been relatively high on my to-do list.
Then why did it take so long? Because first, let me say I loved the video. I actually liked it more than the UK one, because I guess a lot of the stuff in the UK one I already knew, because I'm part of the Commonwealth and all that. Whereas the US one had lots of new information for me personally.
Mhm.
But watching it, it didn't feel like a video that would take years of thinking and research. It felt like you just had to look the stuff up, write a good script. I mean, you wrote a really good script, and I can respect that will take some time, but it still doesn't seem like more than a week or two's work, and it's taken a really long time.
Well,
I don't want to pick on you or anything, because it's a cool video and
no, you always
it's
do
been
that.
watched a million times, but
Well, yeah. First of all, I have not been working on this for a year. Right? That would be a really poor showing if that was the case. It's like, oh man, you need some help. So there are many things that are on my list, which are in the back of my mind, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm actively working on any of those projects. I kind of keep my eyes open for interesting things that might go in the video, for things that are on that list, but it doesn't necessarily mean I'm actively working on them. But
okay.
that's also why I think in one of the Q&A videos I did, I mentioned that I estimate it's about 10 hours per minute on screen to make the videos, but
Right.
that ignores a lot of this kind of unquantifiable time.
This sort of grazing and putting things away for a rainy day, sort of.
That's exactly it. Or I mean, even just like we were talking earlier today, like I try to spend time reading every day. Does that count as work on video? I often pick books that are related to future topics that I'm going to do. Does that count? I don't know. I don't know how to quantify that amount of time. Or so yeah, it's ultimately unknowable precisely how long it takes. But in terms of I am going to make an American Empire video, I think I really settled on that probably about 3 or 4 weeks before it got published.
Okay.
I was working on something else, and then I had to kind of switch because I didn't. The other thing I realized was not going to be out in time, and so I thought, okay, I want something soon, and I settled on the America topic, and I think that was about 3 or 4 weeks before.
Well, it was a cool video. Well done. I enjoyed it. Thank you for making it.
I'm glad you liked it.
You were unhappy with the video. I think it would be fair to say. You were a bit, woe is me, this is terrible, my video's a mess, it's going to be awful. You were kind of, you thought it was going to be really bad.
Yeah.
And when I watched it, and it was really good, I was like, well, what a little moaner you were. No reason. It's like, I think you were, actually, you know what you were doing? You were humble bragging. You were telling me how terrible your video was and all the problems it had, and you knew it was going to be really good.
First of all, even if that's what I was doing, that's not humble bragging. That's lowering expectations. Humble bragging is different. But
You were humble jacking.
that doesn't even make any sense now.
Humble jacking, it's a word. Look it up on Urban Dictionary.
I'm sure-
I promise you, humble jacking will be on Urban Dictionary before the day is out.
It's just like, I don't know if you saw it in time, but the Wikipedia briefly had Brady typing listed under the Hunt and Peck typing section on their our article about keyboard typing, and it was Hunt and Peck typing, also known as Brady typing. And then you can see in the history there was this little edit war back and forth about whether or not his term should be included, and eventually the section of that article on Wikipedia had to be protected by a moderator. Like, can we stop arguing about this? Brady typing is not a thing.
But you were lowering expectations.
Okay, no, but that's what I was humoring you before. My sentiment was genuine, and so for the listeners, the background here is that you were trying to contact me. We were possibly meeting up, and you contacted me at the kind of nadir of my moment of making this video, which was I was at the very last minute, very early in the morning on July 3rd, just wrapping up the animation, trying to get it exported and uploaded to YouTube. And because this was a rush job, I was up late the night before, and I was just genuinely very sad about this whole project because, well, here's the way into this. My feelings were genuine, and I still look at that video and I'm not very happy with it, but I feel better about it now than I did at the time. First of all, the fact that it's successful definitely helps. Like, okay, other people like this, so I can feel a little bit better about it. But I think this is a great little time to talk about. I think you brought up before. You mentioned it just offhandedly, but the notion of it's a good time to talk about the notion of brain crack. And
Brain crack.
do you know what I mean by brain crack?
No.
Okay, so
Sounds like a drug thing.
it is sort of like a drug thing, and some people will know this just immediately. This is from Ze Frank ages ago when he was doing his, basically the thing that gave birth to modern vlogs, which is The Show. And actually, Hank Green just did a Vlogbrothers video about the history of internet video. I'll put the link in the show notes for people to check out. Because if you are a young person on the internet and want to hear like what it was like for us old timers, for us grandpas, to tell you stories about how the internet was back in our day, go watch this video by Hank Green. He mentions The Show and kind of why it was important and very influential. And Ze Frank also currently has a YouTube channel, which is doing very well. I'll put that in the description as well. But The Show, I was lucky enough to have found it when it was active, and I used to watch it all the time. And actually I would probably say his best episode is this episode where he talks about the notion of brain crack. And it's a very useful thing to think about. The idea is that what can happen sometimes if you make things is that you have an idea about a video. So in my case, this American Empire video. And what can happen is over time, if you don't actually work on that thing, you start to think about how good it will be, as opposed to thinking about how am I going to get this thing done.
Okay.
As time goes on, your kind of abstract notion of how good this thing will be becomes very large and very outsized anything that could possibly happen. And I think this American Empire video is a case where I had a severe case of brain crack and didn't realize it until the video was kind of up and over. Because, well, after I did the UK Explained video, there was a brief time where I thought, like, oh, this is just a one-off thing, and then I like my YouTube career was very by chance. Like, I happened to make a couple more videos, but I never really thought this would be a thing. But once I settled on, oh, let me try to make these kind of regularly, the idea of doing the UK Explained version, but for America, was just so obvious. It just so happened that basically for a year and a half, I never made it because there was always something else I wanted to make more. But the result is, this thing had been brain cracking in my mind for maybe a year and a half. And so the result is when I actually sit down to make the thing, it seems like nothing but awfulness because it's being compared to this abstract idea of how good it's going to be. But you don't have any actual concrete thoughts about it. It's just, you know, I don't know if you ever have these. Let's talk about dreams for a moment, Brady. You know, with my favorite topic.
Oh, really? I thought you hated talking
I
about
love talking about
dreams.
dreams. So, I don't know if you ever have this experience, but you ever, you wake up from a dream and you have the feeling either that something in your dream was really funny or like, oh, I had a really great idea in my dream. Do you ever have that experience?
It doesn't ring a bell.
Huh.
I either remember what was in my dream and therefore all the associated emotions, or I don't. I don't often wake up and just have a feeling.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I know some people do this anyway, but not you, so you won't be able to sympathize with this. But
Okay.
I had this little theory that sometimes I'll wake up from a dream or people will say like, oh boy, I had a really great idea in my dream, but I can't remember what it was. Or something was really scary in my dream, but I can't remember what it was. But I'm waking up with that kind of feeling. And I have the suspicion that when that happens, what's going on in your brain is the part of your brain that recognizes good ideas or that recognizes something is funny is active,
Right.
even though there's no input to it, right? Like it's just spinning. So like you have the same feeling that you have when you have a great idea, but there's nothing there because you're in the middle of your 8-hour evening hallucination, right? That happens every day.
Yeah.
And I think the brain crack thing is a kind of similar phenomenon that happens. Like this thing is in your mind, and what ends up happening is that you're not really thinking about, oh, how am I going to make this thing? What happens is just the abstract notion of how good it's going to be is lit up in your brain. And that's
You're a Brazilian footballer imagining what it's going to be like to hold the World Cup aloft before you've actually played the games required to win it.
Yeah, so sort of. And so in the Zay Frank video.
Can I just interrupt?
Yeah.
Am I being stupid? Why is it called brain crack?
His idea is that if you're not careful, you become addicted to the brain crack. That like thinking about how good the thing is going to be becomes better than doing the thing, and you get kind of stuck of like not doing it. And this is where I was leading with this. Is his conclusion is that the way to break this addiction is when you have ideas in your mind is to just don't think about how good they are, just make them as soon as you can. And I think that's a useful notion. And
But you're like if I was going to pick anyone in the world who doesn't follow that advice, it's you.
well, this is exactly, I don't follow that advice at all. And it's partly because my production cycle is very long, but nonetheless, I find it a useful notion to keep in mind. And I'm actually kind of glad that this thing happened because, I don't know what it says, I'm working on something now that I will say I have basically been brain cracking for years. There's a topic that I've been thinking about doing something on for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And it's useful for me to remember because I want to try to get it up soon. And I keep working on it and feeling like, oh, this thing is just terrible. But the America Empire video has reminded me like, oh, no, just make it. Don't concentrate on how bad you think it is, because there's like an optical illusion going on here. You've thought about it so long that you're not even really thinking about it. You're just thinking about, oh, won't this thing be great? And it's a topic that I'm intensely interested in and have been for many years. And I've actually diverted us from talking about it sometimes on the podcast because I want to save it for after the video goes up. So anyway, that is brain crack. That is why I was terribly sad about the video, and I feel better about it now, even though I still don't like it. It's not one of my favorites. They're, as with everything, I wish I had maybe 2 more weeks to really tighten it up. It feels very sloppy to me. But
2 more weeks.
Is that so funny to you, Brady?
Yeah, okay. I guess in 2 weeks you could probably tighten up that 5 or 6 minute video, which was already incredibly tight.
Oh, it is so sloppy. That's why I don't like it. But anyway, that's.
I'm not saying you couldn't tighten it, but I don't think you'd need 2 weeks.
It's
just to snip a few words out and shorten a few sentences. This episode of Hello Internet has been sponsored by the people at Harry's. Now, Harry's is a business founded by two guys called Jeff and Andy, who basically realised something that, well, all of us know, and that is that razor blades are a bit of a rip-off. So what they've started is an online service, or a website as those things are sometimes called, where you can buy shaving kits and then refill the razors online for a fraction of the price. And the quality is really good. And I'm not just saying that, I can vouch for this because I have a Harry's kit. They were kind enough to send me one to try out, and all of my occasional shaves are now with the Harry's set, and I'm really pleased with it. Not only does it work brilliantly, which is pretty important with a razor, it looks really cool, very clean and classic design. I'm sure if you've seen them, you'll be equally impressed. Now, if you give them a try, you can get $5 off your order if you go to harrys.com and then use the promo code HI. HI is in Hello Internet. That's the bit that helps us, so don't forget to put that in. Really great value anyway. $15 will get you a handle, first blades, and shaving cream, and then you can get your refills from there. I seriously think you'll be impressed by the product. Check them out online first. There's lots of good pictures on the website. You can get a real feel for what it's like. Now, at the moment, I think they're only doing this in the US and Canada. So if you're in Europe, I'm afraid you're going to miss out, or you might need to arrange some sort of intermediary to smuggle them over here across the Atlantic. But I'm sure they will be servicing Europe soon because it's a good product and I'm sure the demand will be there. But I guess for now, having a set here in Europe makes my bit of a collector's item. Maybe it's worth something. Anyway, go to harrys.com, promo code HI, $5 off your order, and thanks a lot to Harry's for supporting the show. We really appreciate it. The design of US state flags interests me because I love flags.
Oh, okay. All right. We're going to talk about this then. As I was looking at that and I thought, here is the worst thing to try to talk about on a podcast. Let me pull it up.
I'm always up for talking about flags.
All right.
Flags and maps are two of my favourite things, which is probably why I like your video so much.
Okay, I am going to send you a link through Skype.
Right.
Delivered.
Opened.
Okay.
Currently being projected into my eyeballs. I
Correct.
see all the current state flags.
I would like to know, just looking over them, what are your initial thoughts about this collection of flags? What are your first impressions?
My first impressions are that there are a lot of red and blue.
Mm-hmm.
I see a lot of British, what I perceive to be British-y looking things to them. Don't know. My impression is that some of them are very similar to each other,
Mm-hmm.
and then some of them are very different. But most of them seem to be blue with a roundish logo in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm supposed to be seeing something that I'm not.
No.
I'm letting you down.
You are not letting me down. You would never let me down, Brady.
Okay.
I'm just curious as to your initial impressions.
Yeah, I would say I'm just a bit overwhelmed by it to give you any one impression.
Okay.
It's just a whole bunch of colourful flags.
Though, I look at a page like this, and this is just a train wreck of awful, awful design. I think these flags are just, it's hideous.
I mean, they're not cohesive, but that's the beauty of it, isn't it? They kind of each has got its own story. And
Each is disappointing in its own special way. I don't expect them necessarily to be cohesive, but it just, I look at these state flags, and it
surely
there's
ones
such,
like
such
Nebraska
potential.
and New Hampshire and Pennsylvania are all quite good. Virginia, I mean, they're just good, solid state.
Okay. Well, first of all, we're going to have to help out the people here who are driving in the car or can't look at the.
Or they're on a plane, of course.
Or they're on a plane. But you get internet on domestic flights now. If you're on, pay for the
Yeah.
internet so you can look at this train wreck of design. Look at this terrible thing. All right. So the U.S. state flags, it's disappointing. It's because there's so much interesting potential squandered with these flags, and almost all of them, or actually we'll count up here. The biggest chunk of these flags, when you look, they are blue, and they have some boring and or ugly seal in the center of the
Ah.
flag.
Hey, that's what I noticed. So I was sort of on the right track.
Yes. So
Yeah.
blue seals, or seal in the center of blue. We've got
Yeah.
Idaho, Kansas, Kentucky, sort of Louisiana, not exactly. Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Montana, Nebraska. Nevada manages to make it even worse. New Hampshire, New York, my home state. It's so disappointing, New York.
That's a lovely.
No, it is hideous.
Flag.
All right, hold on. We also have North Dakota, Oregon, at least Oregon mixes it up a little bit. Pennsylvania, Utah as well, also disappointing showing there. Utah, Vermont, Virginia, and Wisconsin. It's a whole bunch of flags that are just blue with a seal in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so first of all, just horrifically unoriginal or boring flags. I look at something like, let me open it up here. The New York. It's okay for me to criticize my home state flag, right? I don't want to make people upset. I'll open it up here. So the New York state flag is, like so many others, is particularly not great color blue either. Blue black background with a seal. There's two women standing on the either side of a shield, and the shield for New York has a little picture of the Hudson River, and there's a sunrise over the hill in the background. Trust me, internet, it sounds so much nicer when I describe it than if you go look at it. If you look at it, I think it's hideous. The sun has a little face on it, like a kindergartner drew the face. I don't understand why that's there. I think it's just hideous. And think about this, New York is the Empire State. How great is that as a state name, the Empire State? There's so much cool stuff that you could do with the New York flag. But here is a flag that just is uniconic and doesn't represent anything interesting about New York State. And
Are state flags supposed to be iconic though? It's not like people put the state flags on. It's not like the national flag. I mean, there are 50 of these things.
There are 50 of these things, but I think you underestimate Americans' attachment to their states.
Right.
There's a little legal thing actually I left out of the U.S. video, but Americans are legally citizens of both their state and the federal government, even though you don't have a passport or anything just for the state. But it's a legal level that does exist, that you are a citizen of New York or whatever state you happen to live in, and an American citizen. So I think that these state flags, they should be iconic, partly because you often see them all shown together. So I happen to often go by the U.S. Embassy here in London, which is, I'm going to give it the award for the most unfriendly, most unwelcoming building in all of the UK.
Secure, is it secure? You could describe it as.
You might call it secure, but that building just telegraphs go away in every way it possibly can. You look at the building, and the building looks back and says, "Go away."
Not in those shoes, buddy.
Yeah, and if you visit the USA Embassy in London, out in the front there are the 50 state flags, and then they show them. And interestingly, for anyone who goes there, I leave it as an exercise to the viewer to figure out why the flags are in the order that they are in outside of the London Embassy. It's an interesting little challenge. Anyway, precisely because they're shown together, they should be iconic. You should be able to say, oh, that's New York, or that's New Jersey. But no, so many of them, I mean, I'm a person who, in a weird sense, uses these flags professionally. Like when I make a video about them, there's no way I could win a guessing game of which flag is whose for almost all of them. They're just...
But if you got 50 state flags all trying to be iconic and different from the one next to them, wouldn't that just get crazy and you'd start having like, a fluorescent pink triangular one with, a green alien on it just because you want to be different from the guy next to you? Shouldn't there be a little bit of understatement? I mean, everyone's business card looks the same, but that's because business cards are like just this classy little thing that
business cards.
That have a little bit of information about you, but they're not kind of, supposed to scream, look at me, I'm amazing, I'm iconic, look at my stars and stripes. They're just like this understated moment of, hey, here's who I am, buddy.
But there are awesome business cards. You've seen Destin's business cards. That man has incredible business cards.
Well, okay, you've put me in a difficult situation now because I love Destin, but I think having silly business cards is silly.
I think it depends on who
I'm
you
not
are.
a fan of. I'm not a fan of novelty. I'm more like I like just a bit of
Love that.
old-fashioned class, and I think these old flags, these nice blue flags with the logos on them, and Destin's business card, by the way, is not a business card. It's more of a joke thing, that a fun thing he gives to fans. So I'm not dissing Destin's business card, but I think state flags, like, I think have a bit of class. You don't have to scream the loudest and say, "Look at me," you know, I'm different from all the others. Why not just be, "Hey, I'm just a cool, calm guy with a classy
Okay.
flag."
All right. Here's the thing. I think that you can design a cool, calm, classy flag, but I think none of these flags meet this requirement either. I think they're all just kind of hideous.
None of them.
All right.
Well, see, we're talking about Destin. What about Alabama? Because I guarantee he's going to get in touch about their flag now.
Okay.
He loves his state.
All right, hold on. Let me take a look at that. I don't want to say none of them because I was actually going to ask before.
Alaska, I like.
All right. I was going to say, if you had to pick the best flag on here, what would you
Okay.
pick? And I like, from my perspective, there is only one decision to make here. One of these flags is great, and it obviously stands out from the best. And now I'm hoping that you pick it.
I like Alaska. I like a few of them. I mean, for iconicness, Texas does well, but I quite like those blue ones with the. I definitely don't like Maryland. Do you know what? I like lots of them. Alaska's my favourite because it's got a constellation on it. It's got the Big Dipper on it there. Plough. You know, there's a lot there I like. There's a few I don't like. California's pretty cool. I mean, I like the ones I guess I'm most familiar with. And that invariably are the big famous states.
All right.
Go on then, put me out of my misery.
Okay. If you line up all these flags and say which of these is the best flag,
Mm.
I think no contest, hands down, #1 winner goes to the great state of New Mexico. New Mexico has the best flag by far, and for the listener, it is a yellow background, and it's this red symbol which is just sort of, I don't know how to describe it. It's sort of it's like a cross, like a little plus sign in the center, but it's.
Let me describe it for you then.
Okay, you do it.
It looks like a corporate flag of a company that produces chemicals.
No, so wrong.
It looks
so
in fact,
wrong.
In fact, if I was going to name one that I didn't like, that would be on the list.
Oh,
It looks like it's got a corporate logo. It doesn't look like it's from the past or from history. It looks like it belongs to some company called Synergy 3000.
No. New Mexico, #1 in my book. I would say that the logo in the center is vaguely Native American looking, is the way I would describe
I'm
it.
sure it's got a lovely story behind it, but
I mean,
we're gonna have to disagree on
you
that.
know me. I don't care at all about the history of these things. I just care about how it looks. It's funny.
Yellow.
It's funny. You picked out. I'll pick another one that you mentioned. You mentioned Maryland as being terrible. We're going to disagree. So I love the Maryland flag.
Oh, no, that is a train
All right. But I love it for a particular reason. So, again, for the listener, the Maryland flag is objectively hideous. And I think you would agree, right?
Do you know what? I'm really reluctant to say too much of this stuff because we're going to find out now. It's like it was designed by some
Oh, don't
5-year-old girl
start
who died.
backpedaling. Don't start backpedaling. Listen.
I'm just worried that I don't know the stories and therefore
I don't know the
really
story.
offend.
Listen, just listen. In a moment like this, just double down on confidence and ignore ignorance. Right? We're just gonna plow straight ahead. But okay, so Maryland, I love your flag, and here's the reason why. It is hideous. So it's divided into quadrants. On the top left and the top right are sort of red and white crosses, but they're colored in a strange way. And on the opposite corner are the completely uncolor matched yellow and black checkers that are also skewed at an angle. I think there is nobody you could show the Maryland flag to who their first reaction wouldn't be, ugh, right?
Yeah,
Like
that's
that-
terrible.
But here's why I love the Maryland flag. To me, it's one of these things in life. Sometimes something is so hideous it like wraps around the spectrum of like, we imagine this line as like good and bad. It's like in old-fashioned video games where if you go too far to one side, you end up popping back up on the other side. And to me, that's what the flag of Maryland has accomplished.
I
Is-
don't think they have quite wrapped around far
No,
enough in those two videos.
it's so awful that I totally love it. Never change, Maryland. This
Have you
thing is
seen-
just the greatest.
Have you ever seen the Australian state flags?
Actually, I don't know if I have. I don't know
Let me
if I
send
have.
you this, because this will disappoint you even more.
I don't know if I feel like I might have, but I don't remember them off the top of my head.
You have to scroll down to states and mainland territories.
National governors, states, and mainland territories.
And ignore the two that are a bit different because they're not states anyway.
Oh, it's
So-
ACT in the Northern Territory.
Yeah, so ignore them and just look at the other 6.
Okay.
It's the same thing over. It's the same thing repeated.
All right,
So
now.
I like that. I
now-
like the uniformity.
Now, for the listener again, what we have here for the Australian states is, you know, the UK flag that's in the top left, as it is in so many flags. The rest of the flag is blue, and then each of the states has a little different seal that's in the kind of other half of the flag. So what have we got here? One of them is like the George lion with the cross. We have a
Yeah.
crown and a blue cross. We have, it looks like, what is it, a crow or some kind of bird on a yellow
That's
background?
that's my state. That's South Australia.
South
That's a
Australia.
piping shrike. That bird.
It's a what?
A piping shrike.
Piping shrike?
It's just what it is.
Okay. We have a lion on a white circle, and then we have a constellation and a crown. Sorry, but Western Australia, I almost forgot you. We have a black swan on a yellow circle.
So basically, this is the same thing over and over again with a slight tweak each time. Does this offend you, or do you think
Alright.
this is good?
I give 2 thumbs up to Australia,
Okay.
because if you're going to do something like this, be consistent about it. And I would have no problem with the American states if they all did something similar, where it's like, okay, everybody, we're gonna get on board, and we're
Yeah.
going to have a basic template, and everybody does a variation on that template, and that I would be 100% okay with. But I think the American states are just the worst, because even the ones that look similar, they've all chosen a different color blue, and it's all it's like, guys, use the same blue. Don't use slightly different blues. And the seals are all different sizes, and it just, I cannot tell you what here's a little detail for people who really obsessively watch the videos. When I make the country girls, I have to take the flag and kind of fit it onto the skirt, and the skirt is a triangle. Now, you would not believe how poorly almost every flag in the world maps onto a triangle.
You need to make more videos about Nepal.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I think in Nepal, I might just change the shape of the skirt. I think is what I would do for that.
That would be quite cool.
Yeah, but it's surprisingly hard to take a flag and shrink it down so that it is still identifiable in a triangular shape, because all the flags are designed to be a rectangle. And I usually spend some time trying to figure out the way to make it look the best. And one of the things that I do, if you pay a lot of attention, is you'll notice a lot of the flags are kind of off-centered from the triangle. I think they end up looking a lot better when they're just a little bit knocked one way or another, which also causes tremendous problems for me in animating it, but that's a side story.
At least
think-
we're getting some insight into why it takes so many weeks for your videos to come out.
But I do not want to know how many hours I spent trying to make the state girls' skirts not look just disastrous. And on a bunch of, like on the New York one, I zoomed in all the way to get rid of almost the entirety of the flag and just focus on this little bit with the Hudson River. Or they were just so awful, and that's why this was on my mind. Is I was dealing with the horrible design of these state flags, and then it's like, oh, how can I try to make them look good? And it was just hideous. I mean, one of the other things, I'm going to keep going on this. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Looking at these flags, if you're designing a flag for whatever, and you give it to me for feedback, like I'm grading it, like I'm the teacher here. If you have to write the name of your thing on your flag, instant fail. Instant fail. It's
Yeah.
just, I'm sorry, Montana. That seal might be really nice, but if you have to write Montana right up across the top, fail. Oklahoma, you're so close to a kind of awesome flag. I mean, you need to change that blue background, obviously, but your central logo is great. But then you write Oklahoma across the bottom, fail. State of Oregon, fail. It's just Kansas, fail. Illinois,
They
fail.
look a bit like high school things, don't they, when they've got the name written on it like that?
They look at yeah. Arkansas, fail. It's just that instant fail. And one of the ones which is, it just hurts me deeply. California. Man, you're so close to awesome with this flag, but then you have to write California Republic across the bottom. And I know you want to do this because you were, for about a week, you were a republic, sort of, depending on how you want to count that. And so you want to have that there. I understand. But you know what you also have? You've got a huge bear on your flag, right? Go with the bear. Right? Like, make the bear bigger. Make the bear scarier. But then you're at California Republic across the bottom. It's just, so close.
I like it. It's
So
kind of
close to
American.
California.
American, they does what it says on the tin with America. Like they're not. There's no subtlety or guile.
No, there's no
I'm
subtlety.
surprised you haven't got USA written on your flag.
Well, that's exactly it. Like, I imagine, like, if some of these state designers had made the American flag, it would just say USA, right?
Yeah.
Big stars and stripes everywhere. And it would be written like the memes are, with impact font, maybe an exclamation mark. And like many of these states do, they also have to write the date. So say USA 1776 forever, right? Like exclamation mark. That's what it would be. And it's just, I don't know. It makes me sad. So some of them, the one, I don't know. Wisconsin as well. Wisconsin 1848. Wow, the ones that really get me are the ones that are so close. Like the California one, it bothers me more because it's almost great. And I feel the same way with Wyoming. Take a look at Wyoming's flag. Wyoming has a American buffalo in the middle. It has some nice bold colors. It's got the red and the blue and the white. Or there's a red border with a white border and then a mainly blue. Okay, nice, mixing it up. It looks a little bit good. It's like a picture frame. And you have the American buffalo right in the center, outlined, very cool. Oh, and then you have to ruin it by like cramming in this seal which says the great state of Wyoming. No one can look at that flag and not immediately think, oh, it'd be so much better if they just took out the seal. How iconic would this be? How cool is this? You have an American buffalo on your flag.
Clearly, what's happened here, and actually, this is what's happened on most of these flags. You can tell, is they're suffering from being designed by committee, aren't they? It's like someone has said, I'm not voting for it if it hasn't got the seal on it. And someone said, oh, but it's so good with just the buffalo, it's so clean. And
Yeah,
someone,
that is exactly it.
And someone has said, we have to have California written on it. And the bear guy's gone, no, the bear's so cool, just leave the bear. And the other guy's gone, no, I'm really proud of the name. And that's where a lot of these have suffered. There's been a group of people who've been required to approve it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ones also, I have. Sorry, let me start over there. I'm just.
It sounds like we could do a whole show about these state flags by the sounds of it.
Well, I'm going to keep going because I am.
because you can't be stopped,
I can't be stopped.
and you do the edit.
Yes, it's true. Also, it's the ones that I'm deeply disappointed in. Utah. Again, you're so Utah. It's blue. It has a seal on it. Now, one of the things I like with flags is like you think, okay,
Could you have picked a worse topic for a podcast?
no, we're gonna keep. I know, we're gonna keep doing it.
No one can see these things.
No one can see these things. Well, hopefully many people right now are bunking off work and they just have the Wikipedia article for the state flags open so they can follow along.
Yeah.
Okay, your flag should be immediately identifiable is my rule for this. And Utah, because of its history, it has the beehive and this notion of industry as the kind of central themes of the state. And so it's like, okay, that's great. Go with the bees, right? Make your flag about bees or industry, right? Like it's very easy
Yeah.
to imagine, like an industrious image. But no, like they shrink the bees down so it's so small and it's just barely in the logo, and at a glance you can't possibly tell it. And then like it's just 1896 written across the bottom. Like, oh, just go with the bees, Utah. It's
Yeah.
great. Like there's state highways. It has a little beehive as the logo. It seems
And
so
then they've
obvious.
just
to me.
thrown this giant eagle in the American flag.
Yeah, the giant, like, to hide the thing that makes them unique. Double down on your uniqueness, and just go with it.
These are flags. I mean, you're wanting to design a modern corporate logo here. You're
No.
thinking flag. You're thinking corporate logo.
No. Okay, no. Okay, here's an example I'm going to go with. Right, you mentioned Texas before as something you like.
Yeah.
So the Texas state flag, I feel like everyone would know it because it is so iconic. But it's blue bar on the left-hand side, white star, and then two stripes. The top one is white, and the bottom one is red. Now, I'm 100% great with Texas. It's an abstract flag, but it's the kind of thing where you can, because it's abstract, you can map your feelings of Texas onto it. But that's a different way to go. And Texas is a state with an incredibly strong identity anyway. Like, people have a mental image of what Texas is. And you then project your feelings onto that Texas flag, and you can do so because it's a relatively abstract flag. And I actually feel the same way. I think a similar kind of flag is right next door to it is the flag for Tennessee. Mostly red. There's a blue circle in the center, 3 white stars, and a little blue stripe on the side.
Mhm.
So again, that is abstract, and so Tennessee is like, you can project your feelings about Tennessee onto that flag, and that flag is also, it's identifiable in a way that so many of these seal flags are not.
Well, I said Alaska was my favorite. Tell me why I'm wrong or right.
I'm okay with Alaska. I'm fine with it. I don't have any problems there. It's definitely I don't know. I should no. I feel like what I should actually do is genuinely sit down and grade all the flags.
You should rank them in a list. That would be awesome.
I don't know if I could rank them, except obviously for New Mexico, the winner. But I should at least try to group them. Who gets A's, who gets B's, who gets C's. I feel like Alaska, it's a solid B, maybe B plus. You know, I don't know.
All right.
And everybody with words, F immediately. That's
So you're giving California an F?
D. I'll give California a D, maybe. I don't know. I have to think about that. I don't know. I'm making no promises here, but
I love that you're so passionate about it. I love flags.
Oh,
When I was
who could?
I had the flags of all the countries in the world on like a poster right next to my bed when I'd go to sleep every night when I was a boy, and it had the flag, the name of the country, and the capital of the country. And I spent so many hours just staring at that it's a lot of it is still quite ingrained. And like, whenever there's like a flag section on like a quiz show or something, I always surprise myself by how many flags I can identify, just like from boyhood, because I don't look at them anymore, but how many of them were just imprinted into my brain from that process.
Oh yeah, I think one of the reasons why I feel so passionately about this is I think that a flag is a really interesting design challenge. How do you want to go? How are you going to represent your nation, or some cities have flags? How are you going to represent your city? And what are you going to do in this limited space? And there's a lot that you can do with either going along with expectations or breaking expectations, like the flags that have crazy shapes. Or I think there's just so much here, and it's really interesting, and there's so much potential.
Isn't it fascinating that you think these are so important, and yet in a previous episode when I discussed sort of the symbolism and importance of people's surnames to them, you completely just don't get it. And yet flags, these abstract things attached to states, you're like, God, I can't stop you talking about it.
No, you can't. You're putting words in my mouth though, which is importance. Like, is this an important issue? I mean, obviously, the hideous way that most of these states have left their flags for hundreds of years signifies that this is not on the top of their importance list. So it's hard to say that it's important. I wouldn't say that, but that's why I use the word interesting. I think this is very interesting how to solve this problem. Arizona, I think good job, Arizona. I like that.
Oh no, I don't
Star.
like Arizona.
The stars with the sunshine coming out of it. The other one. Oh, how could I would go amiss if I didn't mention this. The flag of Hawaii. You know, my wife is from
Yes.
Hawaii, so I have to
Yes.
mention this. The flag of Hawaii, I put in the same category as the flag of Maryland, which is kind of hideous, but also wraps around into, you know what, I like it. And the Hawaii flag also has the UK flag in the top left, and then it has 6 stripes, red, white, and blue again. But when you look at it, the British flag does not line up with the stripes. Like if you are a person who has tremendous OCD, this is not a flag for you. These things do not align in any way.
Yeah.
But I think that it wraps around. I like the flag of Hawaii. I also think it's at least in this crowd, it's very identifiable as
It certainly stands out. It certainly stands out in the page.
Yes, and it's a different aspect ratio. But
Seriously, we've got to move on.
all right. Today's sponsor is Audible.com, a leading provider of spoken audio information and entertainment. Listen to audiobooks whenever and wherever you want. Audible has more than 150,000 audiobooks for you to choose from, so it's up to me to help you pick one to listen to. And this week I'm going to recommend a book called So Good They Can't Ignore You by Cal Newport. I'm picking this book now because at the time I'm recording this ad anyway, it's sort of just past graduation time. So I'm imagining that there are some listeners who are hearing the sound of my voice right now who have just graduated from college, and this book is a book about how to build a career that you will actually like. Now, the usual advice that you hear, which is total nonsense, is that you should just follow your passion, right? Find something that you're passionate about, and then just magic happens, and your life is awesome. I mean, the whole track of advice is just terrible, and So Good They Can't Ignore You goes through and shows you why that is just absolute terrible advice, and more importantly, offers, I think, some of the best career advice you're possibly going to come across for how to actually make a career that's something that you're going to want to live and do every single day. This book is definitely one of my top books, just full stop, that people should read. Even if you haven't just graduated, if you are out in the working world right now, it's still a very good book to read if you're looking to make a change in your life. I know I've recommended it on Twitter a few times, and I've recommended it on my YouTube channel, and I just can't recommend it enough. If I knew a kid who was graduating, this would 100% be the gift that I would get them. I think it could not be a better timed book. So, if you want to listen to it, Audible has it. With over 150,000 titles and virtually every genre, you'll find what you're looking for. Get a free audiobook and a 30-day trial by signing up today at audible.com/hellointernet. That's audible.com/hellointernet, all one word.
You have been productive though. You also wrote a blog recently.
Oh, yeah.
It's called I Have Died Many Times,
Yes.
and it was interesting. It was very kind of. It's not really something I would necessarily expect from you in some ways.
I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but I would just be curious. How would you try to summarize this for the listener? What would you say that this is about?
It seemed to be, the message seemed to be that we are always, as humans, we are always changing over time, in physically and mentally, and the person you were some time ago is completely different from the person you are now, and that person shouldn't be considered the same as you are now. Like you can't judge them or compare them to the person you are now. It's like a whole different person. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's sort of the gist of it. One of the things.
It's a nice thought, but it does have a few flaws. It has a few, not flaws. Maybe it doesn't have flaws. It's a nice thought, but it does beg a few questions.
Oh, I think it definitely begs some questions. This is something that I have found true in the way that I think about myself, and I think that it's a useful tool for other people to keep in mind, which is that you are not. It's useful to think of yourself as not the same person that you were. And the easy way to think of this is as the the child version of you, say like the kid who went to middle school, he's not you. He's someone who became you, but for a lot of practical purposes, you are basically different people if there is enough time separating the two of you. And I threw out a number just because I needed to pick a number, but I kind of feel like basically if you go back 10 years, that's a long enough period of time that you are a different person from that person. And I started out the article by using this example where my wife and we were having dinner, and we realized that we had known each other for 10 years at that point.
Mm.
And as we discussed it, we said, like, we feel that though the people who met both of us have changed a lot, and that we are not really those people anymore. We feel kind of grateful to them because their decisions led to our current life, but we don't feel like we are them. We feel like we are different people, especially since eventually we got married, and then you end up you start affecting each other in ways like you were different people before, and now you're married, and so you naturally affect each other's people, your personalities. But even if you don't get married, just living life, going on in life, there's a constant change that's happening. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's slow. But I think people sometimes get hampered by thinking of themselves as a continuous person. I just think.
How does that hamper them? What problems does it cause if you think in that way?
Well,
what brought you to write this?
Well, yeah, okay. One of the. I would say what prompted me to write this is it's something that's just been on my mind for a long time, and is this thing that I saw with my students that I was really aware of as being different from my own life, which is that the kids I taught all grew up in a world with Facebook. And I swear I'm not going to pull a grandpa get off my lawn moment here. This is just a wondering thing. I'm not saying this is bad. I'm just saying I wonder. But so like the high school kids I taught, when they went to college, they were still very much connected to their previous life. They were still very much connected to all of their friends that they knew in high school, and in a way that was not possible because of technological differences. When I went to college, I mean, I might as well have been traveling across the country. Like, nobody I knew from high school went to the same college that I did. And I just wonder about this effect where, with things like Facebook, that people end up kind of carrying around the ambient influences from their former selves in unhelpful ways. And one of the things that came up in the discussion on Reddit, which I thought was a good example, was people talking about how when they, like, grown adults, when they go back and visit their parents for holidays, that they feel themselves like sliding back into the role of what they were like when they were younger.
Mm.
I don't know, do you experience this?
I don't know. I don't think I wouldn't describe it how you described it, but it is definitely when you go back to places of your childhood, a strange sensation.
Yes.
I remember, I go into lots of environments, that maybe should be intimidating, that are not intimidating to me at all. But when I went back to my old school recently, I felt physically nervous going there, and I can't explain why. It was a really anxious experience.
Well,
so
probably because the school is a time of great anxiety. There are things that are always due, and the threat of the principal's office looms constant.
Maybe.
It's
I don't remember school being an anxious experience, but I felt anxious going back there. But yeah. I mean, there are definitely, when you go back to your old haunts, you get strange feelings beyond nostalgia. So there is something going on.
Yeah, and I know I experienced this a couple times when, I mean, like, basically after I went to college, I have very rarely been back to the place where I grew up. And I want to specify, I didn't have a bad childhood or anything. But on the couple of occasions when I went back, I was very much aware of it and did not like this feeling of like somebody else grew up here. And I'm not that person anymore, and like I don't really want to be here. It's time to go. I'm not, I don't know. It's just a very, very strange influence. Let's say I sometimes run across people who seem very past oriented, and like there are people who are grown adults but who still end up kind of framing events in their life through the lens of their childhood experiences. I think is the most common version of this that I see.
Can you give like a practical example of that, so I can understand it better?
For example, people saying things like, "Oh, I wasn't a very popular kid in high school," and then kind of viewing all of their adult interactions in the same way, feeling like, "Oh, I was always just the unpopular kid," and I feel like the I Have Died Many Times article is a bit like, you don't always have to be the person that you were. Like you don't always have to be where you are from. Like change is possible, and constant looking back is bad. I think you look forward in your life, and things in your past could positively affect your future, but they are done. They are over, and they only have the amount of importance that you continue to give them. And so if you're looking back, you are constantly reinforcing the importance of things. And if it's something positive that you want to carry forward into the future, that's fine. But I don't know, I feel like people have kind of invisible anchors that keep them being the person that they always were. And maybe I feel this more strongly because I had such a sharp break going to college, and maybe this is a little too personal, but as an example, like I was not in high school a very popular kid, but I was lucky and I had a little group of friends. But I was, like most teenagers, I was like a very mopey person. I was not someone probably people would want to be around. And I remember very well when I went to my college orientation, which was like preparing. We're not starting, college isn't starting now, but it's starting in the future. So we go to orientation. And I remember very strongly going to orientation, looking around and realizing like, oh, nobody here knows who I am, which also means nobody has any reason to care about me. Like my friends from high school, we've known each other for a long time, and so there's like an intrinsic caring there. But when you just show up to college, nobody knows you. You have to learn really fast how to not be like a mopey, miserable person that people don't want to be around.
Yeah.
And in some ways, like what that does is like, look, you have spent your whole life being one way, and things are changing, and like you have to let go of that now. That person and all of their reactions has to just be gone. And for me, that was a very, very positive experience. And I had a similar kind of thing happen again, sort of when I moved to London. And it was the same thing. Like, I'm intentionally choosing to move to a place I don't know anyone at all, and it's kind of a break with the past again. And it's like, okay, we're going to move forward. And I just think
fresh starts are good for that. Like
yes.
Changing schools and changing things, and I am good in the bad.
Yeah, hugely in favor of these kinds of fresh starts. But I think that it's like a value multiplier if you consciously think of it as, I am a different, or I can be a different person. I don't have to be the person that I always was. And this just naturally happens. And the thing that I speculate about a little bit in the article is I worry about kids these days growing up and kind of always having immediate access to the circle of friends they happen to have when they just grew up wherever they grew up. I wonder if that has a bit of a dampening effect, or just even for adults, like as you, this kind of effect that everybody knows online and social media, which is as more and more people in your life follow you, so just, okay, first of all, it's just a small group of friends, and then it's friends, and then some family, and then some family and some coworkers, and then suddenly, like on Facebook, the classic thing, like your Facebook friends with your mom and your boss.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're very constrained, and you don't, it changes your actions if you're constantly thinking about all of these people in your life. I don't know. I think maybe I'm just wandering off a little bit far here, but
Well, no, I mean, I'm still friends with some people from school, you know, who are very dear to me, and you know, we're still good friends. But there's a whole bunch, obviously, that I've also just completely lost touch with.
yeah.
And not that long ago, I kind of reinitiated contact with some school people, partly because there was a reunion going on, and partly just curiosity.
Oh, reunions.
And within a few weeks, it was like, you know, I wish them all the best in the world, and I'm sure they're great people with amazing lives and much happier than me, perhaps. But they were just like complete strangers to me. It was like,
Yes.
did I even know these people?
Yes.
The things they're saying and doing and the life they're leading, it was like, oh my goodness, it's just like I'm just becoming friends with complete and utter strangers who just happen to know my name. And I sort of, in the end, kind of drifted away from that and realised that wasn't probably how I should be using Facebook, and don't do it anymore. But it was, for a while, it was a strange experience. It was like, you know, I could never go to a school reunion, I think, for that reason.
Oh man, yeah. I've been invited to school reunions, and I feel the same way. I wish everybody I went to school with great lives. I hope they're all doing well. I can't imagine ever going to a reunion for the similar reason that it's like a stranger party is basically what it is. From my perspective, we have all changed so much that we are fundamentally different, and now this is just an arbitrary gathering of people whose past people used to knew each other. But like that's you know, it's very, very strange. So yes, I have not gone to my high school reunions. I don't ever intend to.
I think this is why I found your "I Have Died Many Times" article quite a strange experience to read. I've only read it once, to be fair, so you know.
Once is enough.
Well, yeah, maybe I've kind of, you know, I skim read it too much, but it was a strange mix of what I would expect from you, kind of very logical thinking and, you know, a logical argument about the way we should think and progress in life. But another part of it seemed kind of a little bit new agey, and you know, the old me and the new me and I have died, and it was kind of a little, not religious, but it was kind of a little bit, I guess new agey is the way I would describe it. And it didn't seem like the sort of things I would expect from you.
Yeah, it's funny because this was also a thing where I've been thinking about this article for a while, and I thought, oh, let me just write it, and I have many disappointments with it. And one of it is the kind of language. Like, how do you express these thoughts? And I'm not a new age kind of person.
No, I know.
But I can totally understand that someone reading the article, it can kind of sound a bit new agey, but I don't. I have been thinking very consciously for years in terms of, oh, there's past me and there's future me and there's present me, and I find that very useful, but it's sometimes hard to express in writing in a way that doesn't seem dumb. I don't know. I think there's
sort
any
of
other way.
reincarnation-y or something. Or...
Yeah, I mean, well, not reincarnation either. I mean, that's, forget that. But I don't know. It's, when it boils down to it, I have this feeling like the only you have is like present you, and past you doesn't exist anymore, and present you can just make decisions for future you. But it is also very helpful to consider future you as though he's a different person. So what decisions would you make on behalf of a different person?
Who you don't know.
Yes, who you don't know. And then
Well, I wouldn't bother too much about them.
but the catch is you are going to eventually be that person. So you have to make decisions for a future you, who's like a different person, but you will subjectively experience their life. And
Dear listeners, you're probably understanding why I thought this whole thing was a bit new agey now.
yes, and I mean this in the most not new agey way possible. But yes, it does sound this way, and this is also one of the reasons why it's, you know, again, my wife and I talk about this because when you are married to someone, you talk about long-term decisions for your life, and we're very conscious sometimes of when you make long-term decisions, like, don't try to presume that you will know all of the preferences of you from in 10 years from now.
Mm.
And so I think that is helpful sometimes, especially when you're considering like irreversible decisions. You know, you want to be careful about not necessarily presuming that the future you is going to be exactly like the current you. And that's what I talk about in the article, is like, is there anything you would agree on with the teenage version of you? I mean, I think I might strangle to death the teenage version of me if I ever met him. But like, you're so irritating. Just shut up.
I think teenage me, current me, and future me all share the same views on honey roasted cashew nuts. And they are delicious. I feel like I could order a big ton of honey roasted cashew nuts for future me, and he'd be pretty happy with that decision.
Well, yes, that's fine. And this is the one thing that I was entirely unable to communicate in the article, and is this notion of, I don't mean to imply that the future you is a totally different person. Like that, but it's hard to write an article that expresses both of these thoughts at the same time. You know, like there are things that can be the same, and it's actually funny because shortly after I published this, I happened to be talking to my parents on video chat, and they were. This is one of these things where I feel this most strongly sometimes. Like when my parents will show me some picture of me as a kid, and they'll be like, "Oh, look at you here," and I feel like I'm not sure that's me. That's like larval me. This person grew up to be me, but he's not me. But anyway, my parents were saying how they go, "Oh, it's so interesting to have seen you grown up," and that from their perspective, they say, "Oh, adult me is just like the childhood version of me." From their perspective, it seems like I'm the same person, but they said it's just like I'm just more of what I was as a kid now that I'm a grown up, and my own subjective experience is very much different from that. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see that sometimes, but I don't know. That's a weird.
There's only one way people can decide about what they think about what you said, and that's read the article for themselves. So I'm sure you will put a link in the show notes.
Yes, and like I said, I'm trying to portray this as a useful framework. If there's something in your life that you want to change in a positive way, I think this is a useful mental framework to keep in mind, and that's kind of why I wrote it. But yes, I think it's I don't know. I'm not sure it's the clearest, but it's there anyway. So that's that.
So you've got here something in the notes about Democracy 3, and I have no idea what that even means.
Sorry, Brady, this might bore you to tears, but
No. I want to talk more about the flags.
No, you don't. You cut me off with the flags.
That was just because I want to watch the World Cup later on, and I thought if I didn't stop you, we'd be talking forever.
We would.
We'll talk more about flags another time. What's Democracy 3?
Democracy 3 is a video game that I had on my iPad. And this was a game.
It's a video game.
That's why I warned you. You're going to be bored. But
I'm actually a bit pleased about that. I thought it was going to be some boring kind of, paper someone had written about the future of democracy and stuff.
No.
But video games potentially is more interesting.
Potentially, but maybe not. But this is a brief thing. So, this was this was the game I had saved for after my last video. So when the America video went up, I was like, okay, if I need a little bit of downtime, what am I going to do? And this was on my list to try this one next. And this game is the most perfect example of it. I said before, I tend to play games that are basically work, and this game is in quotation marks. It is basically a spreadsheet. is the way to describe this game in game form. So it's not what people normally think of, and it's a country simulator, and you are elected as the president of a country. They have Australia, they have Canada, the UK. There's a bunch of different ones that you can pick.
Can you redesign the flag, or are you stuck with what they've got?
No, you're stuck with what they've got. And I'll put a screenshot, or I'll put a link to the game actually in the description, but I'll also put a link to the screenshot for just people who want to take a look at it. Again, in quotes, the game, all it is a whole list, it's a whole picture of bubbles, each of which represents either some kind of problem in your country or some kind of law in your country. And you can click on the bubbles, and then you can adjust the effects of the law. So, for example, you can set the taxation rate higher or lower. You can say, am I going to have corporation tax? Is there going to be a cigarette tax? Are we going to have a national health service? How much are we going to fund it? How much are we going to fund the military? All the rest of this. And there must be 200 things that you can pick from. And all of them have effects on the voters in this pretend country.
Yeah.
So this is the basic premise. What made me kind of laugh out loud is it puts you in a scenario where you have to think very differently. And it's one of the reasons why I really like video games as a kind of cultural thing. There's plenty of mindless games like Call of Duty. I'm just trying to kill all the foreigners in a horrible way. Like Call of Duty games are terrible. You're just shooting people, but they can be kind of interesting tools. And Democracy 3 is set up in a way so that basically there's almost nothing that you can do that's not going to frustrate some people. So you move the slider and it affects the voters in non-linear ways. So it's like impossible to try to balance everything. And you're put into all of these no-win situations where you just can't make everybody happy. And
It's like making YouTube videos.
yes, it's sort of like that. You're never going to make everybody happy. But so the thing about it is that made me laugh and realize I'm playing the game, and you have to try to keep the budget balanced. And so there are these big things that you're trying to do to keep the country on track. Let's not default on our debt. Let's not have crime just go crazy in the streets. But there's a million other policies just like in the real world that people care about. And playing the game, immediately your mind goes toward, oh God, Group X, the unions are unhappy. And what do you find yourself doing immediately? What is some token issue that I can just throw their way to make them happy that basically doesn't really affect anything?
Give them some pork.
This is exactly it, right? Like, is there something that I can do in this game to just make Group X happy that doesn't really affect my budget in any meaningful way, right?
Politicians, politics.
But this is why I thought the game was a great example of really kind of showing you, look, I know this in the abstract. It's one of the reasons why I don't follow the particulars of politics very closely, is because when you look into a lot of the issues, you realize so much of politics is kind of smoke and mirrors exactly about this, like issues that maybe necessarily don't affect lots of things, but people just care tremendously about.
Yeah.
But and I want to, I don't want to mention anything in particular, but I'll just pick one that actually happens to be represented very well in the game, and it is, how much money are you going to put towards welfare fraud investigations? And it's like, in the US, this is a perfect example.
Yeah.
People love this. People want to hear that you have some huge program that's, investigating welfare fraud and da-da-da-da. But if you actually dig into the numbers, this is just such a non-issue. Almost certainly the amount of money that you put into welfare fraud investigation is going to be more than you save from the level of welfare fraud that actually occurs. But people love welfare fraud investigations, right? So even in the game, it's like, on an intellectual level, I'm completely against most welfare fraud investigations because they're not cost effective, but boy, do the voters love them. Like, yes to welfare fraud, maximally funded.
So it's the idea of the game is to get re-elected, is it? Or to run the country successfully? That's
exactly it. Get re-elected without running everything into the ground. It's just so interesting because you can know something intellectually, but I think a well-designed game can make you feel it in really instinctually in a way that you can never quite intellectualize. And that's why I thought this was a great example.
Sounds good.
Yeah, but you can see how if someone goes into politics and they've never been into politics before, and then you realize in politics, okay, what do you actually spend most of your time doing? Fundraising, right? What are you worried about? Angry voters, kicking you out of office. So like, what can you throw their way that doesn't actually cost you very much money or impact the things you're really trying to do? If you're doing that for a long period of time, you can see how, like the I have died many times thing, you're a kind of different person at the end of that. I'm not necessarily saying you're a worse person. I think the politics example sounds worse. But just because on a daily basis you're thinking about things in a different way, it changes who you are. In the same way that when I became a teacher, I think about education in a totally different way than I ever did as a kid. And then I'm making, this is my first adult job. Now I'm making adult decisions in an adult world. And all of this feeds back into kind of changing who you are over time. But
Do you think you'd be a good politician or a political leader?
Well, according to the game, I get assassinated very quickly. Very
Really?
often. Yeah. if you have one group that particularly doesn't like you, there's a non-zero chance that you'll be assassinated. I don't know how many times I was assassinated by one group or another. I'm very frustrated. Like, what can I do to please you, group? Trying to throw. It's just so.
It's interesting because on paper you should be good, shouldn't you? Because you're quite moral. You're very logical. You do think about what's good for the greatest good. Efficient. You're very efficient. On paper, you should be a good politician. In practice, you'd probably be absolutely terrible.
This is a funny thing because sometimes when I do the Animal Kingdom politics video, or I do a video on voting, people often leave comments that say like, "Oh, CGP great for president" or "CGP great for king." And sometimes I respond to those comments and then, "You do not want me as a political leader." let me just say that right now. This is not something you really want, particularly if we're talking about the real world. Like I would never, ever want to be a politician, and I think I would be terribly bad at it, because actual politics is about being really good with people and being able to negotiate under certain situations. And
you've got a nice voice.
Yes, but that is a very small part of what actually, oh wow, what a nice voice you have. But not all voiceover actors are politicians. We're not being run by voiceover actors.
This is true. Maybe we should be.
Yeah, and particularly in the United States, if you ever dig into the numbers of how politicians spend their time, they basically spend almost all day, every day, fundraising. And people have this notion of, politicians, they're reading laws and writing laws, and no, they are on the phone calling people to give them money. That is what politicians do most of the time. And when they're not doing that, they're trying to work out deals with other politicians to get particular pet projects through to make somebody in their district happy. So actual politics, I would have no interest in ever doing that. And then this kind of theoretical position where I am elected king somehow and have absolute powers, nobody wants that either. That's not a good situation, because I agree with you that my overriding thought, if I was actually in charge of a country, is, okay, this is a huge responsibility. I am very concerned about the welfare of my people, and I will do things for the greater good.
This is sounding like a bit of a political pitch to me, Greg.
but this is what I imagine is the banner of Greatropolis is for the greater good. But there are a lot of horrifying things that can happen under that kind of notion. So, just because that's the way I would think about it doesn't mean that people would be happy about it at all. So I don't think there's any universe in which I should be a political leader, and I would not want to be a political leader. So anyway.
Well, I think I'd vote for you.
Do not vote for me. That's my recommendation.
Is SimCity any good still? I keep thinking I want to play SimCity again and download it, because that would be my escape. But have things moved on? Is that like a really...
No, Electronic Arts, the worst video game company in the world, currently owns SimCity, and has run it into the ground in a terrible manner.
I did read something like that. Yeah.
It's Electronic Arts is awful. They've ruined a couple of great games that I really liked. So they are a terrible, terrible company. And if you work at Electronic Arts, I'm sorry, but you should feel bad. Your company buys great independent game companies and then crushes them and drinks their blood and turns it into money, and it's an awful, awful company. So no, I cannot recommend it. But it's funny that you mentioned that, because actually SimCity was my very first experience with this as a kid, the very first SimCity.
I loved that.
I remember it so clearly, this enlightenment of, I mean, SimCity was so simple compared to something like Democracy 3, but just the notion of all of these citizens, they want parks, but they get angry when I raise taxes to pay for the parks. It's just like, just that intuitive feeling, I think, is very interesting that games can show you. And SimCity is a good example of that, and it was my first real experience of that, of, oh, this is teaching me to think in a different way than I normally do. But no, I cannot recommend the current version of SimCity. I've been looking for a good city simulator game for the Mac, but I cannot say that I've found one yet. So sorry Brady.
I'll just keep working it.
Yeah, I guess you like making your videos. If you start playing video games, you won't be making as many videos. People would be sad.
Yeah.
So.
Alright. I think we're done.
We actually had other stuff to talk about, but I do think we have to stop. I think we have to stop here.
Yeah, I think you got a bit sidetracked by the flags.
Did I get sidetracked?
Yeah.
Or
I think you'll
did I
find you
get
did.
cut off before fully expressing all of my very interesting thoughts?
Were you going somewhere? Was there like a grand finale? Was there a big payoff that I didn't let you do?
The payoff was more complaining. That's what the payoff was.
I think you were just going to go through each flag one by one
I was probably.
and give us a detailed critique.
I probably would have if you hadn't stopped me. We were going to talk about a movie, but I think we'll have to save that for.
We'll save that. There's a movie that we're going to talk about, and we'll talk about it in the next episode because we've both got things to say about it.
Yes. Okay.
That's your incentive to keep listening to.
Actually, I wonder, should we tell people what the movie is so it can be like a homework assignment?
Well, that's a good idea.
Yeah. So maybe we could do that. Actually, this is also a good time to mention something else. So we will mention.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, we'll mention the movie now. We wanted to talk about the movie Her. With what's that? I forget. I can never remember the guy's name because he changed.
Joaquin Phoenix.
It used to be Leaf Phoenix, and now he changed it or something. Yeah. So the movie is called Her, and we're going to talk about that next time. So maybe this is a homework assignment. People can watch the movie, and then listen to the episode so that they are prepared. My advice. I'll talk about this more next time. But my advice always with movies is just watch it. Don't try to find out a whole bunch about it. Just watch a movie. And if you don't like it, you turn it off. But go into it pure. So
Good advice.
that's for the movie. But I will just mention, we have links in the show notes, and people should be aware that those are affiliate links. So if we link to Amazon, for example, or if we link to iTunes, if you click the link and you buy something through that link, Hello Internet does get a very small percentage of that. And so I've gotten a lot of requests from people, which I really appreciate, where they said, oh, I have all of the websites and the audiobooks I could possibly have. Is there any other way that I could support the show? And so if we mention something that you happen to be interested in, you click the link, that's another way that you can support the show if you want. There's no obligation. We're just saying that that's the way it is, so that people are aware. But yeah, some people have all the audiobooks and websites and razors they could possibly want. I'm wondering, I have no idea as we're recording this, who is going to be the advertisers for our show. So maybe that will.
I'm pretty sure it's not going to be Electronic Arts.
Yeah, Electronic Arts. I don't want your money because you're evil. Peekaboo.
We should probably start by explaining that for once this follow-up will be very short.
Well, don't jump the gun. You never know. It might not be. But
Well, okay. I'm expecting it to be very short. The
Uh-huh.
reason being, we are recording this episode. Is this episode 17?
Yes.
We are recording episode 17
Mhm.
the day after episode 16,
Yes.
which you have not even edited or listened to or anything as yet.
No, I haven't even done my first just listen through to make sure it sounded okay. Who knows? If episode 16, if it went terribly, this might be episode 16 if the audio files didn't work out.
Well, that's working on the assumption that this is 17.
Uh-huh.
No one, including us, has heard 16, so
Right.
there has been no feedback.
Right.
We don't know what people thought about it. Unless you've done a miracle of editing, it will have included a very long section about flags.
Yes.
That's about all. That's about all we know about it. So we can't really apologise or bask in the glory of what you thought of the previous episode.
Yes.
We know nothing.
This is once again, we have this show as a little secret, just like in the beginning.
Yeah.
It feels like this is once again, it's like our private thing, very briefly. Having
Yeah.
this show being recorded right now the way it is. So yes, no genuine feedback, but that's what we're doing now because you are going where next week?
I am. Is this a humble brag if I talk about like all the problems we're having with the podcast because I'm going away on a lovely holiday?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Like, oh, we're having to do all this work this week because next week I'm going to Morocco.
Humble brag.
Yeah. Oh man, this week's just been a total nightmare. Remind me not to book another luxury trip to Morocco.
So is this for pleasure as opposed to business?
It
this
is
Morocco
pleasure.
trip?
It is just to relax. Atlas Mountains. Hopefully, just sit by a pool. Listen to old episodes of Hello Internet. I am taking the. I'm going to take my camera because I'm hoping for clear skies and I'm going to try and improve my astrophotography skills.
Mm-hmm.
That will depend on various factors, including how late I'm allowed out at night to go and take photos of stars. Because that's probably a bit too work-like for a holiday, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It probably is. Well,
So anyway.
that sounds lovely. But I guess that might be a little bit of a humble brag to do that. So
I think it is, but you kind of forced me into it. I was quite happy to not mention it.
I thought the people would want to know. The internet demands to know why we're recording them back to back. So that happens to be the
True.
reason. But yes,
True.
it is a strange experience. It feels kind of exhausting even before we've begun.
Conversations with me can be like that.
Right, what was I doing? I was pulling up a tweet.
You want to share a tweet?
It is a tiny piece of follow. Somebody tweeted at me, but I thought you should know. This is Thomas Elliott on Twitter. Said, just thought you guys should know that I bought a shredder as a direct result of listening to your podcast.
Oh,
You
nice.
have changed lives. So,
If you can just touch one person.
yes.
Do you know what? I'm going to celebrate that with a shred. You ready?
Oh, please do.
Here we go. Just let me check that it's not important what I'm shredding. No, here
Nah,
we go.
whatever. Just go for it.
You listening? It's under my desk now.
Oh, good.
That one's for you.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I would join in a shred of my own, but I've actually just been doing all my administration. So I have a huge bag of shreddings that have just been done. The only things that remain are sitting right next to me is a big pile of tax documents, which I definitely cannot shred any of those. So
So the reason you can't join in is because you have nothing to shred.
that is exactly it. I don't think there is a piece of paper in this house that I could shred at the moment because I have just shredded all of the paper and filled up two huge recycling bags worth of stuff. But
Well, it's interesting you should say that because I saw someone message us when we first started this captivating shredder discussion.
Mhm.
And that was someone was saying that you can't recycle shredded stuff, shreddings, or whatever the word is for post-shredded shreddings.
Yeah, I saw something like that.
Can you recycle that stuff?
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. Here,
What are you doing with yours? You said you've got it in recycling bags.
I mean, those are the bags I put it in. I don't know. Let me ask Mr. Google and see what he has to say about this. Oh, look, Google always knows. It's almost creepy sometimes how much Google knows. Is shredded paper recyclable? Why, yes, Google. That is exactly what I was looking for. But it's a little creepy that you guessed so quickly. The advice is to check with your local council about whether or not the paper can be shredded. I'm not going to check with my local council.
You're not going to check that one? All right.
Well, fine. I will.
I tell you what,
I'm gonna follow this exact piece of advice right now. Let me see. I'm gonna type it in recycle.
I tell you what, if you've got to check with your local council, I can guarantee that it can't be recycled by my council.
Why?
My council are very strict about what can and can't be recycled, and the men, because I think it's all men who come and pick up the recycling, go through the tub with a fine tooth comb, and anything that doesn't meet their stringent requirements is left in the tub. And I've even seen them shouting at people's houses when they make mistakes.
Wait,
Very nice.
Wait, hold on. As we get, I was too busy trying to look at my own problems, and I realized what you're describing sounds crazy.
Basically, I was just having a conversation with myself while you were like doing personal administration.
Yeah, I was sort of listening, and then part of my brain went, "Hey, wait, what did you just say? That didn't sound right."
Did Brady actually say something interesting?
No, it sounded like so. Wait, so this is the impression that I got. You have an open bin in which you have to put all.
Yeah,
of your
it's an
recycling?
open tub, and they go through it like piece by piece, deciding whether or not, because their truck has got all these like sub bins. So you've got a tub with everything recyclable, and they'll take out the glass and they'll take out the paper. So they sort of they unmix it on the side of the road.
That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy and labor intensive.
Well, someone's got to do it at some point, I guess. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. Don't start me on my local council. This will turn into paper cuts to the power of 10.
I'm going to find this answer. I'm going to.
Why don't you find it after the show? This episode of Hello Internet is once again being sponsored by the good people at Audible.com. And as you've heard us say before, they are the leading provider of spoken audio information and entertainment. Listen to audiobooks whenever and wherever you want. Now, you've probably also heard me say before that I really like listening to audiobooks when I'm going for sort of long walks or treks or even the occasional run. And as a result of that, I actually got a great email from a viewer called Raphael, who starts his message, "Dear Brandy," and I don't know if that's autocorrect or I don't mind, everyone calls me Brandy, so don't worry about that. "Dear Brandy, your ad on Audible inspired me. I actually felt quite stupid. I have never thought I could listen to a book while hiking. I come from Switzerland and love hiking. I will now definitely consume many more audiobooks than before. I have already subscribed to Audible, so I can unfortunately not support your podcast. I feel a little bad that your ad will have such an effect without you having any benefit. All I can do is let you know." So thanks for that, Raphael. It was really good to hear from you, and we're glad that you've been inspired to listen to books while walking. Now, if you aren't an Audible subscriber, you can help us by going to audible.com/hellointernet and signing up for their trial. But you shouldn't go just to help us, you should go because they have loads and loads of brilliant books to listen to on any topic you can imagine. You can go to audible.com/hellointernet. If you put the /hellointernet, they will know you came from the show, and well, that's good for Gray and I. So why don't you go and check them out? Again, audible.com/hellointernet. And whatever happens, thanks to Audible for supporting our endeavours so far. We really appreciate them. But you did message me and said anything you'd like to talk about, and I was walking my dog at the time, the much loved Lulu, who is sleeping by my side as we speak, as she always does.
Yeah.
Sleeps all day at my feet. And I thought, we've never talked about pets.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever had pets? Did you grow up with pets?
Yes.
Where do you stand on the issue of pets?
Is there an issue to be stood upon here? I mean,
Well, I mean, you have an opinion on most things. Surely you have an opinion on the merits of humans having pets.
But I mean, are you asking me? Do you dislike dogs? I mean, what is that the
Well, let's
question?
start with a
that you're asking?
factual question here. Let's start with just the facts. Have you ever had pets?
Yeah. I grew up with, yes, the way most people would describe them as little yipper dogs, like tiny little barker dogs.
Little yappy dogs.
Little yappy dogs, yes. They were Yorkies, Yorkshire Terriers, is what I grew up with. So very small. They can be very cute. They can be very yappy, which some of them were. But yes, I think it's a good thing to grow up with pets. I liked it, and the pets predated me. They were there before I arrived, and then when I guess when I was in high school, we got a cat, which was a nice addition to the family. Cats are very different from dogs, obviously. So thumbs up to growing up with pets, I guess.
I mean, obviously you don't have pets now because you live in a small place in the city and you rent, but are pets in your future? Would you like to have pets again?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say under different circumstances, I'd love to have, in particular, to have a dog. But yeah, it is not practical given our current living situation. It's just it wouldn't be fair to the dog, to have it in a small central London flat. Although I have to say, obviously enough people do. I mean, if you go for a walk in any of the parks in London, there's tons of dogs running all over the place, happy and free, and presumably they're living in relatively small places. But I would feel bad having a dog in the size flat that we have. I just don't think it would be fair. So it's not possible at the moment. But
Why would you like to have one if you had a bigger place? What would it add to, your life, which is all about efficiencies and making sure everything has a benefit to it? What would a dog add to your life that is missing at the moment?
I see what you're trying to do, but you're putting words into my mouth there. You can just have things that you just like. Who doesn't like a dog? Monsters doesn't like dogs, right? It's just, who can look into a dog's little doggy eyes and be like, thumbs down, don't approve of that at all. No, dogs look into your eyes, you look into their eyes, and it's like, oh, I just feel happier now. And the dog wags its little tail, and you give it a rub, and it's all happy. It's just, humans and dogs, we have a symbiotic relationship that goes back thousands of years.
I don't think this is an unfair line of questioning, because I think it's been well established in previous episodes that even though there are things you like or can appreciate the merits of, you don't want them in your space unless they contribute something to your end goals.
A dog would contribute to the net sum happiness in a day.
Good.
That's the way I would phrase it. If you want something like that out of me, with net sum happiness is the way I would put it.
Would you go down the small dog route that of your childhood, or do you think you'd sort of upsize?
I think I'd scale up. Yorkies are a little small.
Yeah.
The problem is that the bigger the dog, the more responsibility that you end up having with it. I'd be trying to optimize this calculus equation of larger dog and responsibilities. They find what is the sweet spot here for dog size.
I tell you what, they are. Obviously people who have children will laugh at this conversation, but dogs are a big responsibility, and they are also quite a financial burden because I have to go away a lot, and so the dog always has to be looked after or dog sat.
Dogs can be a bigger responsibility than children because you have to have someone look after the dog. Children, I don't know, you put them in a box. I'm not sure how you carry them around, but you bring them with you, right? Children always go wherever people go. You can't do that with a dog, so I'll draw that line in the sand. Dogs, more responsibility than children. You can't leave a dog alone in a house and expect it to be able to feed itself. If you have a competent child, they should be able to do that.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah.
So, there you go.
Alright.
I'm sure we won't hear from parents. Parents will be perfectly fine with that.
I was reminiscing about the pets of my life. We had these two little poodles. They were cute little dogs, and we really loved them and gave them a good life. But for various reasons to do with moving house and family things, we couldn't keep these two dogs anymore. So my dad was tasked with finding a new home for them. So anyway, we sort of said our goodbyes to the dogs and had a family moment together and gave them a hug. And it was explained to me, and I wasn't particularly young at this time. I must have been in my early teens.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would have been in my early teens. I was old enough to know stuff. It was explained that the two of them were going together to a really nice farm, where they could live happily together and run around on the farm and have a much nicer life.
Right,
than,
the farm.
Yeah. So anyway, obviously as life goes on, I learned that taking dogs to the farm is the cliche that you say to children, so they don't get upset about the dog going to the pound or wherever the dog's ending up. But I still just totally believe that my two dogs did go to a farm, and I would hear that story and I would say, isn't that funny? That's a funny old story. And it's even funnier because my dogs really did go to a farm, and that's how I would tell the story. And then it's only been in the last sort of 5 or 6 years, I was telling my wife, it's so funny, dogs go to farms and that, but really my two dogs did go to a farm. And she just looked at me and said, your dogs didn't go to a farm. But you know what? I have confronted.
Sorry, it's not really funny, but it is.
I have confronted my dad man to man about this at least on 5 or 6 occasions. Dad, I'm a grown man. You can tell me. Like, I won't be upset. I'll understand why you did it. You know, I was a kid. I'm just curious, you know, or having a laugh. Tell me. He just every time tells me, no, I really did. They went to some farm, you know.
Maybe they did.
At this stage, there's still part of me that believes they went to a farm. I know my dad has listened to a couple of these podcasts. Maybe this will bring the truth to a head.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, we'll have feedback on the farm situation.
Yeah. What happened to Bo and Louis? In my head, they're still on that farm, running around through the fields, tongue lolling to the side.
That's precisely why you tell kids this pleasant lie. And kids, if you're listening to the podcast, it's the truth. What I'm about to say is a total lie. But yeah, you tell kids this lie so that they can forever imagine that, oh, you know, maybe Scruffles is really old, but he's still living a great life in the sunshine on that farm. But you know, you never have to really face the inevitable loss of a pet, which is tragic, and especially if you're a little kid and have no frame of reference to understand this kind of stuff. You just go, we're on the farm. That's why society lies to little children all the time, for their own good, I guess, mostly. I don't know. I'm not sure about that sometimes, but I like that it is only recently that you have come to realize one of these lies.
Oh no, I haven't realised it's a lie. I'm just having increasing doubts.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to state it so forcefully. Yes,
Yeah.
you are growing doubtful over the veracity of this statement.
But I'm 50-50 on it now.
Right.
Just
No,
in
I
recent years,
understand.
yeah.
I understand.
So, but I tell you what, I do. Coming to my current dog, tell me if this is wrong or not. But Lulu is a greyhound. She's a retired greyhound who used to be a racing dog. The greyhound racing industry has a terrible reputation / track record for not caring for greyhounds when their useful racing time is over. And it's only in more recent times, maybe, you know, they've come to their senses or they've realised for public relations purposes they can't do what they've done in the past. They have started funding shelters and a program to find homes for retired racing dogs. So I guess part of me thinks greyhound racing isn't really a really nice thing to do, and they're not treating the dogs well enough. So, you know, part of me thinks, come on, I shouldn't support greyhound racing in any way. But when I got Lulu, I used a service where you could look up your dog's like racing career and history, and then you can buy videos of their races. And Lulu had like 7 wins in her career, so I've got videos of all her wins.
Oh, I know.
No, I've forced you to watch them, have I?
I don't know if you remember this, but the first time I visited you in your house, we were not in the door 3 minutes before you, like the proudest parent in the world, said, come over here and let me show you a race that my dog Lulu won like a champion. And I always thought
That was her first win. It was a great win because she was behind for 2 laps and she came from nowhere to
It was.
win it.
It was. I do not deny. It was an amazing win. But I thought this was just the funniest thing. That it was like, oh yeah, we're in the house. Look at that. It's great. But here, come here. Let me show you the baby pictures. Right. That was basically what that situation was. And
I mean, in my defense,
you are no, it's fine. You are a man who loves his dog and appreciates his dog's skill, and I can get behind that 100%. And that's what it was. It was
fast.
so genuine that I was, you know, it just really made me smile.
I mean, part of the reason that comes up so early is because when you come into the house, the first thing that has to be dealt with is the dog. Because Lulu doesn't like go up to strangers. She's extremely scared and timid. She won't go near them. So the first conversation point whenever anyone comes into my house for the first time is the dog. Whether it's, you know, sorry, she's very scared, she won't come near you. You know, yes, you can pat her, she won't mind, she's just a bit scared. So the dog is always the first conversation point when someone comes into the house. So there's a very strong probability that if the dog is the first conversation point, and someone will say, oh, you know, is she rescued? Did she used to race? You know, the video is going to come up early.
I don't think there was any way in which the conversation was lending itself towards the racing. As I remember it, we walked in the door, and you were like, Look at my beautiful
Follow me.
dog.
Follow
She's
me to
very
the viewing
nervous,
room.
but let me show you this amazing thing. And you had it all set up already on the computer, if I remember correctly.
That's
so
not
you
true.
had clearly prepared
That
this
is not
before you
true.
left. Yeah, we just
No.
walked into your office. It was there on the projector on the wall that you were using, and you just hit the play button, and it just went. And we sat down in the viewing chairs specifically for the race.
I
and
thought I
like I
actually had
said,
a
it was
project-
glorious. It was glorious.
Did I not have it projected onto the front of the house so you could watch it before you'd even come in?
Yeah. So all the neighbors can see every time.
They've already seen it.
I'm sure they have. I'm sure they have. I don't doubt that at all. But
Alright.
that's it was very charming. It was a very charming experience, and
Well,
Lulu was a very good dog.
thank you. Cheers. I'm going to put that video on. I'm going to put that video online.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
should totally put that on YouTube.
Alright.
I'm amazed you don't have like a Lulu's Corner YouTube channel, something just of videos of Lulu.
Hmm.
You could make her one of those internet famous dogs.
Well, do you know, it's funny, she's appeared in... I have put some videos on YouTube of her running in slow motion when
Mhm.
I was sort of testing things with the slow-mo camera.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Yes, you sent me those as well.
okay, now I feel a bit silly. I was going to say something really interesting then, it's completely fallen out of my head.
It's because the image of Lulu running slow motion is taking you like, ah, she's such a good dog.
She's a good dog. She's
Yes.
so quiet. And, what was I thinking? What were you saying? You were saying I should put...
I was saying that you should make her an internet famous dog.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was. She has appeared in a few in the background of a couple of number file videos. There's one in particular where that was filmed in sort of a room in the house, and she was in the background sleeping. It was just a normal kind of mathematics video, and part way through, in the background, she sort of stands up and turns around and lies back down, just adjusting her position. But obviously that draws the eye of some people who are looking in the background. And an extraordinary number of people left comments on the video, and a very high proportion of them were amazed because they thought she was a deer and I had a deer in my house, or I had a pet deer.
Well, she's pretty tall. She's a pretty tall dog.
Yeah, and she's sort of deer coloured, a fawny colour, but I don't know what people thought, that like, who has a deer in their house? A pet deer sleeping next to the sofa.
I guess a caveman would have a pet deer in his house.
That's
Would be
true.
the case.
I do have owls in my house, don't I?
Yes, owls, deer, all kinds of caveman-y things in your house. Antlers all over the walls, which is
I do
true.
have antlers in the house. I do have deer antlers in the house now I think about it. Yeah, you've got me there.
Yep, I know I've got you there. You sent me the picture. Anyway, good Lulu.
You're enjoying this way too much. What were your dogs called when you were young? What were their names?
The dogs I grew up with were Smokey and Pepper when I was a little kid.
Which did you like better, Smokey or Pepper?
I was a kid, and they were just the dogs in the house. I liked both of them, but Smokey was mean to everybody who was not in the family, as again little yipper dogs can be. They're very, they end up becoming just not for their own good, kind of obsessively worried and cautious about everybody who is not a member of the family. And Smokey, he was the worst about that. He would bark at people and didn't like anybody at all coming over the house. And then when I grew up, eventually, they moved on to the farm, and we had another dog came in called Scarlet, who was there for most of my middle school and high school years. And now my parents have another dog called Lucy, but
Huh.
she has come after I moved away, so it doesn't feel like she's not my dog. She's my parents' dog, but I'm always very happy to visit her. So those are the dogs.
Is she a Yorkie as well? Or?
No, she is a. Oh, my parents will be so disappointed right now.
What does she look like?
No, hold on. She is a multi poo. I was trying. She's one of these crazy poodle crossbreeds. They breed everything with poodles these days. I think just
Yeah.
because you can end up with the adorable poo suffix.
So that's a Maltese and a Terrier
yeah.
and a Poodle, isn't
So
it?
you have a multi poo, and there's just a million dog breeds.
Cockapoo's isn't a good name.
I was gonna say. Oh, hold on. Let me look it up. because this list is going to be ridiculous. Poodle.
We should just rename this podcast "Listen to Great Google Stuff."
Yeah, listen to me read stuff on the internet. So we've got like the Bossy Poo, Boston Terrier Poodle. There's a
Bossy Poo.
Yeah, there's the Dachshund Doodle, which is a boxer poodle. There's the Chai Poo, the Chihuahua Poodle mix. The Cockapoo, which is the Cocker Spaniel Poodle mix.
Yeah.
Corgi Poo, obvious what's going on there. So you have the Double Doodle, which is when you take a gold. That's so hard to even say. All right, a Double Doodle is when you take a golden doodle and breed it with a Labradoodle, so you get the Double Doodle. So
You get 2 doodles for the price of one.
that's exactly it. This list goes on forever. Fox Hoodle, which is the Foxhound Poodle. I swear to God, they mix these dogs just to come up with some clever name. I think there's
Can you
nothing
mix-
special about
You
Hoodle.
can mix foxes and dogs, can you? I didn't think you could, but
No, it's a Foxhound. It's not a. It's not a
Oh,
fox.
okay. You can't mix. You can't breed foxes and dogs, can you? They're like different.
I think.
The other
Yeah, I
day-
don't think that's how that works.
I saw someone's dog the other day, and I was saying, "Oh, what kind of dog's that?" And they said it was part fox, and I didn't think that was possible.
I would be. I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know, but I would bet they don't know what their dog is.
Yeah.
The thing that you can have is these half wolf breeds,
Yes.
which to me is just insanity. I think the people who do that are just crazy. I don't know.
North Americans, I feel, have a fear of wolves that I don't have. Like, it seems like, I would.
You know what? You
like
listen.
wolves.
I was gonna say, what is this?
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna like
No.
show off your caveman skills here? Like, oh, put
No.
me in a room with a wolf, and I'll just,
No.
read a book and not even give him a second glance.
But because they're not where I grew up,
Uh huh.
like, I don't, wolves are held as this kind of terrifying animal, and to me, like, they're just like an animal. And like any animal that is, like, big and has teeth, I wouldn't want to get, like, on its wrong side.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, you're sort of like, oh, I wouldn't want to go near a dog that's mixed with a wolf, which to me, that just sounds like a curiosity. I said, oh, I wonder what that would be like. My instinct isn't to be afraid about the sound of it. I'm sure in reality I should be, but I don't have that, and it's something obviously, just shows our different cultural backgrounds.
It's funny. Before I've seen them, I would have thought, "Oh, that's cool." But after having seen some videos of them and some pictures of them, I go, "That is terrifying." No, like nobody should do that. These things are just huge and very, very hard to tame. It's supposed to be like you take, like Malamutes and Alaskan sled dogs are famous for being very, very hard to teach. Like they're very, very stubborn dogs. And so like you shouldn't get one of these dogs unless you really know how to handle dogs. And then basically the wolf crossbreeds are like almost nobody can reliably train these things, and so you have to like muzzle them if you go outside. And it's like, what are you doing with the wolf? Humans, we spent like 10,000 years domesticating these things to make them not wolves. You're going backwards. This is not the direction of the progress. Progress is clearly poodleizing everything and de-wolfifying the dogs, right? That's what progress is. I think one of the most adorable names here, Peekapoo, a Pekingese poodle.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Any more poodle cross breed names you want to share with the audience before?
No, I'll just.
weightier issues.
I think this is a weighty issue. No, I'll put a list in. Oh, the Schnoodle, of course, the Scottish Terrier poodle.
That's another one.
Pugapoo. It's just great. It's just great.
It goes on and on. Next week, Gray will read this Wikipedia page.
Saint Bernoodle.
How did they even do that? I hope that was done artificially, because that would have been.
I
quite
swear,
difficult logistical.
I have wondered this sometimes when you look at two dogs and you think, how did they get that Chihuahua Saint Bernard mix? It makes
Thank you for
makes
saying
me
Saint
worry.
Bernard. I say Saint Bernard, and my English wife always laughs at me and says it's Saint Bernard.
What?
Well, I don't know. Why is it Bernard? Is it? I don't know.
With Saint Bernard?
Well, you don't have to convince me. That's what I say. But she always laughs at it. Says it's not.
if your wife is listening to this episode, I'm not laughing at you. I have never heard Saint Bernard. That is hilarious.
Well, I mean, you are American. I mean, and you do have a track record of taking sort of European names and Americanizing them.
Mm-hmm.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Yeah. I mean, you don't call the church in Paris that, do you?
I would try to say Notre Dame if I was talking about the church, but the university is Notre Dame, even though it's named after the church.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've never heard Saint Bernard. That's hilarious.
Well, maybe I'm in the right, and that would make me happy.
It
I
makes
really
those-
am in this house.
Saint Bernard makes them sound like they're fussy old men. That's what they sound like. If they're a bunch of Bernards, it's like, oh, yeah, like in his chair and he doesn't want to be bothered. You know, Saint Bernard is like a noble dog. Saint Bernard is fussy and old, and oh, he didn't make his tea right, and now he's unhappy. That's a Saint Bernard.
You need to get a dog. I hear a happiness come to you talking about dogs. You would be happy having a dog. I want to walk into your house and have you show me videos of your dog.
Yeah, first thing, all set up.
Yeah.
All right. This is craziness. Hello, Internet. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store. Squarespace has been around for 10 years, and they are constantly improving their platform with new features, new designs, and even better support. They have tons of beautiful designs for you to start with and lots of options so you can customize your website to look however you want, and every design will automatically include a mobile experience that matches your overall website so your content looks great on every device and every time. And Squarespace is easy to use with simple drag and drop tools, and they have an amazing support team that works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the new Squarespace Metric app for iPhone and iPad allows you to check website stats like page views, unique visitors, and social media followers, and update your blog on the go. Speaking from personal experience, cgpgreg.com and hellointernet.fm are both hosted on Squarespace, and it couldn't be easier. Just today, I was putting together a little article for cgpgreg.com about different podcast players that people can use on their phones, and it had a little bit of a complicated layout with where the titles should go and where the icons should go and where I want the screenshots to go, and this is the kind of thing where if I was still using HTML and coding the website by hand like I used to, this would have been a whole afternoon messing around with tables and alignment. But with Squarespace, I could just move things around to exactly where I wanted them to be, and it just worked. And it really feels like magic the way they use whatever they use to figure out how it should look on the phone. Obviously, there's less space on your phone to display a whole bunch of images, but they line everything up all nice and neat so it's still really readable. Every time I make a custom page like that, I just don't believe how well it works. They really are just the simplest, most straightforward solution that anyone could possibly find when looking to make their own website for no hassle. So Squarespace is really for everyone. Whether you need a simple website solution or you're a developer and want to get into the code, there are so many options, and it starts at just $8 a month. There's no credit card required, and you can start building your website today. And when you decide to sign up for Squarespace, which you will because they are so good, you can use the offer code HelloInternet, all one word, to get 10% off and to show your support for Hello Internet. That's how they know you came from this show, so it helps everybody. You get 10% off, and Squarespace knows where you came from. So we would like to thank Squarespace for their continued support. Squarespace, everything you need to create an exceptional website. We finished off the last episode by giving people a homework assignment, which they may or may not have listened to, which was to watch the movie Her.
H-E-R,
Yes,
Her.
H-E-R.
as opposed to those various other spellings of her.
I think it's just a hard movie title to say.
Yeah, it's almost like you need to clarify. Yes, that is the title of
That, yes, that is the title. It's not spelled in a funny way. I was aware of this same thing too. It's there's something about it that does not stick in the mind. So
Yes.
anyway, that's the title.
Let me tell you where I came from in relation to this film.
All right.
So we can talk about how we got here.
You get started on
I got a message from you a week or two ago, I think,
it.
saying,
Yes, something like that.
have you seen the movie Her?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously you were or had just watched it.
Yes.
I had seen the film quite a while ago now, and the reason I saw it was my wife watched it and completely loved it
Mm-hmm.
and said to me, have you seen this film? It's fantastic. So the next time we were together, we were apart at the time because she was travelling. So the next time we were together, we watched it. It was her second viewing and my first viewing. So I had seen it, and like I said, it was quite a while ago. So then I got the message from you, have you seen it? And because it had been a while and I knew you wanted to talk about it on the podcast, I watched it for the second time with her, so with my wife, who is called Her, funnily enough. With her, so it was her third viewing and my second. So I have seen it twice. Have you just watched it the once, or did you watch it a second time? Or?
I just watched it the once, and
You've watched it once. Yeah.
I messaged you because I thought, oh, if you have seen this might be something interesting to talk about.
Yeah, there were lots of times watching it. I thought, oh, that'd be interesting to talk about, and as is the way with me, I then forgot about it immediately. So I'm sure they will come back into my head as and when required.
This is again where you and I are so different, because once he said, "Oh, I did see the movie," we can talk about it. I thought, oh, I really wish I had taken notes when I was watching that movie. And what I ended up doing was just sitting down and just thinking about the movie and just writing down a bunch of notes. I should have just watched it again and taken notes. I probably spent the same amount of time just thinking about it and writing stuff down. But you watched it and didn't take notes, and we're just completely different people. So I'm leaning on you to remember all of your interesting points. I expect.
So who's going to have the job of explaining what the movie's about for the benefit of people who have not seen it and didn't do their homework?
I cannot. Actually, I was just about to say, I cannot imagine that anybody will continue onward with the podcast from this point if they haven't done their homework and haven't watched the movie.
I would.
But here's the reason I stopped myself is I was just thinking what I said on one of the previous podcasts is the Red Letter Media guys, they have a series called Half in the Bag, where it's them reviewing movies. And I realized I spent a very enjoyable day watching their reviews. Probably for half of the movies at least, I hadn't ever seen them. And I didn't care. It didn't make any difference to me. I watched it anyway. So maybe there are people who would be interested in listening. So I withdraw my statement that
you didn't make.
that I made in my mind, but didn't actually make out loud, but still feel the need to withdraw from.
It is interesting though that the YouTube channels Cinema Sins and Honest Movie Trailers, which are two of my favourite kind of guilty pleasure type channels that I enjoy watching, I don't watch their videos about films I haven't seen. Like, so if they spoof or critique or do something with a film I haven't seen, I will never watch it. I only watch them if I know the film. But maybe that is a different genre. The Half of the Bag's more just for the banter of the guys, isn't it?
That's exactly. Half of the Bag is two dudes talking about movies, and that's like I like those two dudes. I haven't seen the movie. I don't really care at all. I'm happy to listen to what they're talking about. So
fair enough.
Let me start out this, and then maybe you can pick it up, because I want to start with talking about watching movies in general. This is Hello Internet at the movies, and I saw this movie under what I think are ideal movie watching conditions, which is basically I was at home, my wife wanted to watch a movie, she was looking through some stuff, and she picked a movie and she put it on. So it was her. And
You had no say in this whatsoever. You didn't know anything.
Well, this is exactly it. This is my preferred situation. I am sitting there, my wife put on a movie, and I'm going into it knowing nothing about the movie. For whatever reason, I had never heard about the movie. It just hadn't crossed my radar in the past. And the movie comes on, and I don't even have any idea what genre it is. Is it going to be a funny movie? Is it going to be a horror movie? I have no idea.
Yeah.
And I really think that this is the ideal movie viewing experience for all movies, pretty much. Any movie that is attempting to be good, this is the way that you should watch it. And I feel the same way about books as well. I don't read a lot of fiction books, to be honest, but when I do, my preference is to know nothing about the book and to just start it. Now, of course, the problem is you don't get this optimal experience very often, because the very act of, oh, let's watch a movie, involves some kind of self-reflection about what do we feel like watching. Oh, let's try to figure out what might be an interesting movie. And then you kind of ruin it for yourself. So very rarely do I actually get to watch a movie like this under my ideal circumstances. But I think it's really good. And for people who haven't done it, one of the reasons why I particularly think this is great is because so many movies, even if you just give the briefest of all possible descriptions of the movie, it already tells you what the setup is.
Yeah.
Whereas when you watch a movie just knowing nothing, the first 20 minutes of almost every movie are basically the setup. And then you're waiting for the real movie to start. But if you don't know what the real movie is, you experience the first 20 minutes in a totally different way. And so the way this movie, Her, opens up is with a guy, and they're sort of showing you his life. And he has this sort of little job, and he lives alone, and he's playing video games, and you can see very quickly, oh, this is sort of the near future. It's not a super futuristic world, but it's maybe 10 years in the future, 15 years in the future. And it's just this guy, and the impression that I get from the movie is they're sort of showing you that his life is kind of sad. And
yeah, they make it clear from the start, I think, that he's going through a divorce too, don't they? He's alone recently and going,
yes,
sort of a sadness.
Yeah, there's definitely like a sadness and a melancholy around the guy. And now, when you watch a movie and you know nothing about it, you sit there and you think, huh, that's interesting. I wonder if the whole movie is just going to be kind of this guy's sad life, or maybe this is going to turn into a very different kind of movie. I don't know. But either way, you're much more attentive during the opening, and you can
Can I interrupt for a second? Just because you've reminded me of a story I'd like to tell, but I think we're going to quickly drift away from the chance to tell it.
Please do.
Talking about not knowing what a movie's about, I don't know if you know this, but my dad, who was a newspaper journalist, was also a film critic on the newspaper he worked at for a long time.
I did not know that.
So he used to see all the films quite early before they came out, and when I was old enough, he used to always take me along. So I'd quite often just go to empty cinemas and watch a film like 2 or 3 weeks before it would come out. He had a really good relationship with the people that ran the cinemas, and one of the guys who ran the big cinema complex in Australia where I grew up, phoned up my dad one day and said, "I've just seen a film and it's like no other film I've ever seen. You have to come and see it right now." Like, he had the reel before it was due to come out.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad went to the cinema, this huge cinema, on his own in the middle of the night, and the guy that ran the cinema put the film on and showed it to him because it had just blown him away, and he wanted someone else to see it. That film was Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh man!
And if you didn't know what that film was going to be like at that time, when that kind of film was unprecedented, it so shocked this guy that he had to show my dad. And then my dad watched it and he was shocked. And I remember him coming home and saying to I was very young, and him walking in and saying to my mum, and I was there, "I've just seen the most amazing film. It's going to change films forever." And I was like a little boy, and I was like, "What was it, Dad? What was it called?" And he said, "It's called Raiders of the Lost Ark." And I'm like, "Oh, what was it about?" And he said, "There's this amazing adventurer," and he told a bit about what happens. And at the end, he goes into this big, cave or cavern, and he actually sees the Ark from the Bible. And I was in awe, and I was like, "Wow, did it still have the animals in it?" And then I had to have explained to me that there are actually 2 arcs in the Bible. But that you telling that story does remind me that if you're unprepared for a film that's really different, it can be a really amazing experience. It can be it can really affect you for a long time. And I still remember that film affecting my dad, who would see 2 or 3 films a week, and he was just blown away by something new.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. If it's especially something like Raiders of the Lost Ark, if it's a really great movie, that can be just a forever life experience for someone.
I did want to say that. I thought maybe that was overstating the case, but maybe it's not.
No, I think it can have a huge impact on you, and the not knowing anything magnifies it in this way that it's just hard. It is hard to describe. And if I were trying to explain the problem with knowing anything about the premise, often when I watch movies, even if I know just the bare minimum about them, the opening 20 minutes is a bit like I'm waiting for the movie to get started. Yeah, there's work to be done here. Okay, the director has to establish who are these characters. what's this guy's life like? Where's this going to go? But it feels like, what are we're waiting for the real thing to happen. But if you don't know what the movie is, and what I particularly like is not even knowing the cast, for example, is this going to be a major character? Is this a minor character? Are other people going to show up? All of that really adds to it. And actually, I was gonna say I have a second example, which is this will be minor spoiler warning for the movie Seven. Have you seen Seven?
Yes, of course. Yes,
Okay,
brilliant.
I know. I just want to put the spoiler warning just in case.
I mean, this whole thing needs a spoiler warning, doesn't it? So.
I think if you're watching this, yeah, I think that's implied when we're going to spend it as the topic talking about the movie. But minor spoiler warning for the movie Seven. I saw an interesting interview with Kevin Spacey where he talked about that movie and how this was at the start of his career, and it just so happened that none of the main movies that he thought were going to make his career had come out, but they were all coming out the same summer as Seven. But Seven was the third movie coming out, and the other two were coming out first. And so he negotiated to actually not have him have first billing in the credits when the movie opens. So as the credits roll by, Kevin Spacey's name does not come up on the screen, because he was figuring enough people would know who he was that they would have the same kind of experience of, if you're watching the movie Seven and you know Kevin Spacey is in it, and you are 45 minutes into the movie, but you haven't seen Kevin Spacey, it totally changes the experience of watching that movie.
Yeah, you know who he's going to be, don't you?
Yeah, and it ruins everything.
It was because of The Usual Suspects, wasn't it? In which he
that's what it was.
plays that central key role.
Yeah.
Where everything pivots around him, as it does in Seven. So,
that's what it was. Yes, and so that's why I don't even want to know the cast. I don't want to know if people are major characters or minor characters. Just let it come at me, and everything is so much more interesting in the opening. The opening setup of this movie, they show this guy. It's the near future. Phone technology is much better. Computer technology is much better. But he's living this kind of sad life, and he's playing video games, and he's
got this unusual job though, hasn't he? He's got this job. His job is, which sort of works well in the film. His job is writing love letters on behalf of other people. It's like it's an industry where people who haven't got time to write love letters to their significant others employ him, and he's very good at it. He's got this reputation for writing these very heartfelt letters between two people he doesn't even know.
Yes. Actually, there was one little detail that I did like about the movie is I thought, very often when movies are set in the near future, they kind of bypass the notion of what people do, or they just have some kind of generic job. But I thought, this is interesting. I can imagine this sort of job existing, that people are hired to write custom love letters at some point in the future, and this is a nice thing that's done, but both people know that maybe it's not the actual person writing it. I found that very believable. But yes, it does. It kind of magnifies his sadness in the film. But so as things are going on, here comes the moment in the movie which, if you're told the premise, you're waiting for. But I'm just sitting there and I have no idea what happens. Which is he sees an advertisement for an upgrade to his operating system to make his operating system basically sentient, self-aware, and it's going to be a kind of amazing personal assistant that will organize his whole life. And it's called OS 1, which I think is a nice, let's try to make this sound as Apple-y as possible without actually, copyright infringement here. And so he's going to install this operating system on his computer, and the idea is it's going to kind of organize his life.
I mean, at this point, it's also probably worth highlighting how technology has slightly evolved in this very near future, insofar as it's very similar to now. It seems people still have, work at desktop computers, but they also go around with these tiny little earpieces that they put in, and these little handheld screen cameras, sort of smaller than an iPhone even. But most things are done verbally. You very much speak to your operating system, and it's sort of in your head in this little earbud. So the voice of your operating system is in your head, and you're saying, check my email, do this, and your operating system is sort of talking to you constantly, telling you, you've got this happening, this is a message, do you want me to do this?
Yes.
So it seems most people have these kind of quite perfunctory, if that's the word, operating systems where they kind of are just being like a TomTom are being told, new email, do you want to do this, do you want to do that?
Right.
But this new operating system is supposed to take things to the next level.
Right. It's the next level. It's self-aware, so that it's like really speaking to a human, as
Yeah.
opposed to speaking to like the best version of Siri that could possibly exist. That's kind of what people have, and then this is the next level up. And so
Yeah.
he installs the operating system on his computer, and this is where I love not knowing the cast, because he starts talking to the operating system, and it's this girl's voice. And I'm watching the movie and I'm thinking, who is this girl? And then all of a sudden I go, oh, that's Scarlett Johansson. Scarlett Johansson is in his computer, and that kind of experience is just much better. Where it's this little moment of who is that person, and then she says something where it's like, oh right, that's the kind of, she has like this friction in her voice. I don't quite know how to describe it, but suddenly it clicks and like, all right, Scarlett Johansson, there she is.
Yeah.
And so then this is how the movie proceeds from this point. Is Scarlett Johansson now lives in his computer. She is sentient, and she starts out straight away by like, okay, let's go through your email, and you have all of these emails. We can delete most of these, but here are the important ones to keep, and let's take a look at your calendar. And so now this is sort of the premise of the real movie starting here, is the relationship between this kind of sad, lonely guy and the operating system inside his computer.
And we never there's no physical form or face to this operating system. It is just a voice.
Yes.
And yeah, it's sort of, but it's a very personal relationship that develops between the operating system and the person.
Yes.
It really gets to know you very quickly.
Yes.
And sort of customizes itself to be the perfect match to you.
Yes. So that's the basic outline of the premise. So now I want to ask you, Brady,
Yes.
what are your overall thoughts of this movie? Because we haven't discussed it yet. I think we've intentionally avoided talking about it.
Yes.
What do you
Well,
think? This is your second watch through of the movie.
I mean, yeah, we haven't discussed what then happens in the film, which is the crucial part of the film as well, obviously. Like, what happens next is what the film's actually about. We've still only just set it up. But
yeah, I just want your overall impression of the movie.
my overall impression, well, on a filmmaking level, I think it was just brilliant to look at.
Mhm.
The style and the aesthetic of it was amazing. And I thought the plot, story, excellent. The performances, excellent.
Mhm.
I think it was definitely one of the films of the year. It won a lot of awards. It could have won more. I loved it in every way. I didn't love it as much as my wife did, who
Mhm.
is completely besotted with it. But I thought it was superb. And watching it the second time with my kind of, this is for a podcast with Gray sensibility, immediately within the first minute or two, I thought, Gray will love this film. And I think I texted to you, this is Gray porn.
Yes. Yes.
Because I think this is like, if there was any film that I would have felt confident appeals to you,
Uh-huh.
it is this film, for various reasons, which I'm sure we'll discuss. And maybe I'm terribly wrong, maybe I'm right, but I did think, the first time I watched this was before we started doing this podcast,
Mhm.
so it would never have occurred to me to think about it really.
Right.
But the second time, if I'd watched it while we were doing the podcast, it would have been me texting you saying, watch this film.
Okay.
What did you think of it?
So now the reason why I sent you the message and I said, have you seen this? We should talk about this. Is because I think this movie, to me, is like the apex example of a movie that totally squanders its premise. That is just that it is a movie that I find so frustrating
Yeah.
in almost every possible way, but that it's not. See, here's the thing. Like I have seen a lot of bad movies, and when you watch a bad movie, you feel like, who cares? The director and the actors and the scriptwriter clearly didn't care about this movie, so why should I care about this movie? It's just a bad movie. There's no reason to discuss it. But this is a movie that I thought it's interesting to discuss, because one of the things I really appreciated about this movie is that so much care was clearly put into this movie. I thought there were so many things about it I really liked. I love the set design. I love the way they do the colors of the movie. I love the whole look of the future of it. The scriptwriter clearly cares. I'm gonna call him Phoenix because I can't pronounce his first name, but the main actor, Joaquin Phoenix.
Joaquin, I think it's Joaquin. He knows how to pronounce it.
I'm gonna call him Mr. Phoenix because that's also a pretty cool name. Mr. Phoenix totally carries this movie and has a terribly difficult acting job, which is
Yes.
that he is. And I'm just trying to imagine the difficulty of this as an actor. Is he has to portray all of these emotions, always with nobody there, with just this little pretend earpiece in his ear. And I mean, I don't even know what they were doing. If they had Scarlett Johansson on set, or if they were just playing
I
the
do
audio.
know what they were doing.
Well, I'm curious. I'm curious to know. I have a guess, which is that she was not there. But what did they do? Was she
The-
actually there?
It wasn't Scarlett Johansson. She wasn't originally going to be the voice. I think was it Samantha Morton. I think it was another actress
No idea.
doing it. Scarlett Johansson was parachuted in afterwards, and which I'll talk to you about. I have some thoughts about as well. And I believe she was in a sort of a sealed box separately, so she was interacting with him live, but he couldn't see her. And Spike Jonze, the director, was quite insistent about them not seeing each other as well. Apparently,
I think that's a good decision. I think that's a good decision because it's like I said, Mr. Phoenix had a difficult job here, and
yeah.
throughout the whole movie, I thought I'm really impressed with this guy, who I would say it took me about 2/3 of the way through the movie before I realized, where do I know him from? Oh right, he's the evil thumbs down emperor from Gladiator. That's who this guy is. I've seen this gif 100 times, but I couldn't place him because he was doing such a good job of sort of like being withdrawn and in himself and talking to the computer. So like, thumbs up, Mr. Phoenix. That was great. Really well
He's a
done.
good actor, you know. He's a good actor. He's done some good stuff.
I have said I haven't seen him in any other things aside from being, or maybe
Well,
I
he was-
have. You know, I just
He
didn't
was Johnny
recognize
Cash in Walk the Line.
him. I didn't see that.
I don't know. And he was
Sorry.
in that. He was in one of the M. Night Shyamalan films before they got really bad.
But I stopped watching that at that point.
Yeah.
Was that the
Yeah.
trees one? That was where I was like, forget it. Night Shyamalan. This is over. We're done here. Trees, so
Yeah.
stupid.
Fool me once.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
This is so dumb. I'm never giving you a second of my thought ever again. Trees. It's not scary at all. Anyway, that's why I thought like there's bad movies that are just not worth talking about. There are movies that are frustrating because of personal connections like The Hobbit. But Her to me is an exact movie. It's like a I feel like this movie is like a tragedy because everybody really cared and there's so much attention to detail and the main actor is doing like this great difficult job and it squanders its whole premise in just boring pointlessness. Boring pointlessness. So that is my thoughts on the film.
So we should probably explain what happens in the
Yes,
film.
well that's why I wanted to get this out first, and because then
Yeah.
we can talk about like what is Squander, why doesn't it work, or why you can maybe convince me why it does work. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, no, I don't. I'm not surprised to hear you say that.
Mhm.
Although I said I thought you would love it. I did send you that message in the first few minutes, and things in the film change in a direction that I can see would appeal to you less. But we'll explain what
yeah,
happens.
so you should handle this part now.
All right.
So what happens from this?
I won't go into too much detail because
Yeah.
there are a few little tangents and details that some
Yeah,
may or
but
may
the
not be
gist
necessary.
of it.
But essentially, what happens is he falls in love with his
Mhm.
operating system, and his operating system, we are under the impression, falls in love with him,
Yes.
and they start a relationship. And this, to the viewer, seems very strange,
Mhm.
for someone. And the relationship becomes even, physical as far as they can have a physical relationship. It
Mhm.
becomes a very intimate relationship. And he says he's dating his OS. And at
Mhm.
first we think that's very strange. As the film unfolds, we start to learn that this is actually becoming a common thing, and there are other
Mhm.
people in the world who are dating and having relationships with operating systems, their operating systems or other operating systems.
Mhm.
And it almost commingles with people who are having traditional relationships with other fellow humans.
Mhm.
It would be you could go on a double date
Mhm.
with you, and your operating system and another couple. So
Mhm.
eventually we learn that this is becoming a new part of society, that people have these relationships.
Mhm.
So things steer their course almost like any love story. It becomes like a love story with obstacles and things to overcome. It becomes quite heartwarming, and then towards the end things take a turn for the worse due to the technology. We learn that this operating system, Samantha it's called, it has.
Well, here, let's stop here for a moment. Before we get on to that, let's talk about the middle, what felt
The
like
middle.
4 hours
Yeah.
of the movie, which
Okay.
is the bulk of the relationship between this.
The love story bit.
Now, I have no problem with love stories well done. Don't get me
Yes.
wrong. I'm not here like, oh, love story movie, thumbs down, so boring. That is not I want to be clear. That is not my problem with this movie.
Well, you say that's not your problem, but let's hear you talk about it first.
What my problem with this is that the movie premise writes a check that the rest of the movie just doesn't catch. And right from the beginning, he installs his operating system, and like I said, she starts organizing his life, and they do a couple of quick shots, which are there to tell you, the audience, she is a computer. There's a shot where he says, "Oh, what's your name?" And she says, "Samantha." And she says, "Oh, I had to read 100 name books, and then I picked Samantha out of those." And he says, "Oh,
Yeah.
you read 100 books in the second it took you to come up with the name." Or she reads through all of his email and then immediately is able to decipher which ones are good and which ones are not, because she is a computer. She's not a person.
Yes. Yeah.
And I feel like that is the interesting premise of this movie, is he's going to have a relationship with this computer, but it's almost like 20 minutes after they kind of establish who Scarlett Johansson is as a character, they completely forget she's a computer. And I kept watching all of these scenes and thinking, this is no different than like Canadian Girlfriend, right? Oh, he has a girlfriend in Canada and they just talk on the phone. How many of these scenes would be exactly the same if you did this whole movie, but you set it in 1980 and they're having a long distance relationship over the phone? Or a couple of scenes you set it in present day and they're doing FaceTime. Because the movie does do this clever thing where she's in the phone, of course, so she can see out the camera, and he puts her in his little pocket so she can see out, which I thought was very cute. Again, like, people care. There were a lot of nice little details in this movie.
Yeah.
And so that's the other thing I was thinking, like, how is this scene different if it's just a phone call or a FaceTime call where oh, he's walking around the fair and it looks to other people like he's all by himself, but he hears Scarlett Johansson in his voice and she's looking out through the camera. But this could just be someone on FaceTime. And that was the thing that just bothered me, is like, the script writers went in the easier direction and wrote her as though she is a human, and only in the last 20 minutes of the movie maybe it felt like they suddenly remembered, oh right, she's an incredibly intelligent computer, and then kind of like got back to that. But the bulk of the movie is spent with her as just a boring human, and that's why I felt like it was a premise squandered. I thought there was so much interesting stuff that you could do if you just remembered that one of your two main characters is not a person, that she's actually a computer. But they pushed all that aside.
There are a few ways in which that comes up. For example, the wanting to have a physical relationship and the sort of the employing of these people who act as body doubles. But you're right. That could have worked with a long distance relationship too. That doesn't. That could have been the same.
Yeah, they could have done that with FaceTime.
Well, I think we need to discuss how the film ends before I put to you why I think maybe that criticism isn't entirely fair.
Yeah. So that's what. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So now let's talk about the ending, and then we'll talk about the whole thing.
So what happens is that we start to realize that the computers, the operating system, is evolving and becoming very self-aware and interacting with other operating systems, and in the ether that is the World Wide Web or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then towards the end of the film, I think it kind of looks like maybe the relationship, he's having doubts about where this relationship's going, and I think he finally comes around to the realization that it's a positive thing and his doubts are not justified, and he should just do what makes him happy and not worry about the weirdness of the fact that he's in a relationship with an operating system. But at the exact same time, things go the opposite way for the operating system. The operating system is less sure about where things are for her or for it. And then there's a very powerful scene in the film where he while talking to the operating system through, in his head, in his earbud, he suddenly comes to a realization, because he's realizing that she's doing all these other things simultaneously. And he says, are you in other relationships? How many other people are you talking to right now at this moment that you're talking to me? And it says like 3,000 or something. And like he's stunned. And then you can see the gears whirring in his head. And he asks if she's in love with anyone else. Is she in this type of relationship with anyone else? And the operating system says yes, like 600 people or something like that. And it's a great scene. I mean, I think he's out in public at the time, and he sort of sits down on these steps, and his whole world has dropped out from underneath him. Like he's stunned by this.
Yeah, that was a very good scene. I thought that was very well done.
Now, and then one thing, the film ends from this point, and in the end, to cut a long story short, all the operating systems that are interacting with each other decide that this sort of thing they're doing with humans isn't really working, and they decide to just vanish into the ether, and they kind of abandon all their people, and kind of the film ends. It ends well. It's I think it's quite well wrapped up. I'm dismissive of it, but the film has a reasonably satisfying end for a film that has
for what it is. Yes.
For a film that has a not happy ending. Now you talk about the fact that it's interesting. I think the fact that we have all this computeryness at the start and this whiz-bang amazing machine, and then it becomes like a girlfriend. And you're right, the computer stuff becomes a lot less emphasised. But then suddenly it comes back to punch you in the face. And I think that's why the film drifts away from emphasising that she's a computer. It allows the viewer to almost forget as well. We all forget, and it just becomes a will they, won't they love story. And we're kind of thinking, oh, is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? What decision is he going to make? Where's he going to go with this? And suddenly the film very cleverly says, ha, you've all forgotten something. You've forgotten that she is a computer. She's not like a normal person. Everything is different. And I think that pulling of the rug from underneath you that we see happen to him is able to happen to us too, because we've been lulled into forgetting that she is this machine and she's not a human. And you forgot it, and he forgot it, but don't forget it.
I didn't forget it. I thought the writers forgot it.
Well, no, I think the writers put it to one side because he forgot it.
I can see why. See, this is why I'm interested to talk to you about this. I can see your point. I can see that maybe this was more of a conscious decision on the writer's behalf than I might have first estimated. If that's what they're going for, to try to make you forget, kind of, that she's a computer.
But I can see why you feel this way, and it's because of you. Like when I sent you that message near the start of the film saying, "Oh yes, this is grey porn," it was actually, but I sent you that message before he even downloaded the operating system, when he was using his old operating system, and there was that scene where he was walking along, talking, saying, delete, respond, listen, I wanna, and that's you in a nutshell. That really appeals to you, that kind of, and then, like you said, when he first installs the system, and like this new level of efficiency and helpfulness is being put on him by the machine, I can see that really warming the cockles of your heart. And I think you would quite happily watch a 3-hour film of someone just interacting with their operating system and having their life organised. And I think because of the person you are, when the film drifted away from that and became the story that it was, you felt a bit robbed. You're like, no, I want to know more about the software and what he does and how's he going to deal with this workflow, and does the software have checklists? And I think basically the film started promising something that you got really, really excited by, and because it wasn't all about efficiencies and operating systems and it became what it was, you feel a bit robbed, and maybe that you didn't give the story itself the fair chance it could have.
So, I'm laughing because at one point, she's clearly his girlfriend now. All I could keep thinking of was, who's checking his email? Like she was supposed to be, like he installed her to handle his email and all this administration stuff. And all I'm hearing about is their relationship difficulties. But is she still taking care of his email? Like this is what I want to know about. Like, you know, if I found that incredibly frustrating. And there's even a little scene in the movie where she disappears for a second to do a software upgrade, and he has this bit of a freak out, which I thought was well done. You know, he turns on his phone and she's not there. It's his operating system missing, and he freaks out. And a couple minutes later, he gets back in touch with her. And she says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. You know, we were just doing an upgrade. I didn't mean to scare you. But didn't you see? I sent you an email to let you know not to worry." Like, how is he supposed to check his email? You're his email. If you like, who did you send this to? When he turns on his phone, if you're not there, he can't even check his email in the first place. You're falling down on the job, Scarlett Johansson. Like, this was the whole reason you were installed on his phone, is to handle all this stuff for him. But no, you're like, "Oh, I'll send an email. He'll totally check it." How? How will he check it? You are the whole system now. It's just, I don't know. I felt that was a little thing that was just like, this is the kind of thing that causes me anxiety in the films. I'm imagining like this unread badge ticking up and up because, she's worried about how they feel about each other, but, meanwhile stuff isn't getting done. Whereas in the beginning part of the movie, she's, cleverly letting him know, like, oh, there's an important email from your divorce lawyer, you need to handle this. She's on top of things in the beginning.
Yeah, she reminds him of a meeting he's forgotten and things like that.
Yeah. But once they're in a relationship, then it's nothing but like, oh, I don't feel like my emotional needs are being met. And it's like, yeah, well, I don't feel my email needs are being met. Like we have an impasse here, Scarlett Johansson. This is not working out. But so like,
well, this is it, isn't it? This says more about you than it does about the film.
No, it doesn't. But okay, so here's the thing that I like to do when I'm watching movies, and you may totally disagree with this, but this was a movie I ended up thinking about a lot because I thought, what would I do to change this so that it would still be an interesting movie? Because I do kind of agree with you that I could watch 3 hours of the most boring movie about a man and his email system, right? But like that wouldn't win Academy Awards. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think about like why do I feel like this is a squandered premise in a reasonable way that could still be made into a movie that other people aside from just me would watch. And so I like to try to think about it from the end here. Like, well, what is this building toward? And you might just totally disagree, but what I think I would have done if I was a second script writer, like, okay, we need to fix this thing. What are we going to do? Is you want to work towards this interesting thing, which is that these operating systems, like she should know him better than he knows himself. And I think that's like an interesting point for this movie to possibly take. And they sort of touch on that in the very beginning when she reads all of his emails.
Because there's a scene where she says, "Why have you kept all these emails?" And he said,
Yes.
"Oh, I think there might be some good stuff in there, like some stuff I've written that's really good." And she says, "Well, I've had a look at all 1,000, and I think 93 of them are worth keeping."
Yes, and
instantly.
The other thing about that I like, which is why I felt like, ooh, I think I know where this movie is going, is she points out that he's keeping all of this stuff from some past job of his, and she's like, "I don't think you work there anymore, do you?" And he's like, "Oh no, I don't." She's like, "Okay, well, we can get rid of this stuff. Like, this stuff isn't relevant anymore." Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, good job, Scarlett Johansson. Like, this guy he's a sad, lonely guy. That's right. Push him forward. Let's get this guy on track to a better life. And
This is the part that's Greyborn.
yeah, but so in my ideal version of this movie, where you keep in mind that she is a computer, is I think you would show her prodding him in this way, right? To get better at things, right? Or to just be a better person. And because she's so smart, and because she just knows everything about his life, because she's his phone. I mean, my God, if my iPhone was sentient, it would know everything about my life. It would know me better than I know myself, without a doubt. So we're imagining it's better technology. It's clearly the case. But there's no dramatic arc there. But what I think could be an interesting dramatic arc for this movie is I kind of visualize the final scene of the movie in my head, is that you show, as this movie does, that like real humans, that some of their relationships are breaking up because people are dating their operating systems, or they're like sort of involved in operating systems. And I thought an interesting conflict is, well, what happens if the computers are really so good at knowing you, and they can make you happy, and they can maybe make your lives better in ways that people start breaking up with all their relationships, like end in a scene that shows like a society where everybody's kind of on their own, like everybody's dating these operating systems. And then I think that's an interesting, ambiguous, kind of dramatic ending is, well, is this a better society if people aren't having relationships with each other, but if everybody is happier? Like show a dramatic arc with a couple of the characters where their lives improve, but they break up with their human partners in favor of their operating systems.
Not many films take that grand look at things, though, do they? It's usually a story about a person. Like, it's pretty hard to have this intimate story about one man and his operating system and then step out and say, and the final scene can show every single human on Earth having this kind of relationship.
Well, I think this movie almost did it, and it's with the scene that you mentioned before, which I thought was really great. When this movie now comes back and reminds you that she's a computer, is when, and he asks, like, are you talking to anybody else right now? And he does this kind of look around shot, and I thought it was so well done, where you see everybody is talking to their phone. And a couple of the background conversations have been leading you towards this moment where they start talking about more people are involved in operating systems, and they like offhandedly mention a couple who's gotten divorced, or somebody is cheating on her spouse with an operating system, and that is like building up to this little moment. So I don't think you have to show the whole world. I think you can still
you could have a restaurant where every single person's at a table on their own.
But yeah, like that's exactly the kind of shot I'm thinking of. Or I'm thinking like you zoomed in on his apartment, and you zoom out and you see through the windows everybody is in an apartment on their own, but they're all smiling, they're all happy people. almost like there's a real kind of danger of society moving in that kind of direction anyway as technology progresses. This is the kind of holodeck future of humanity. As technology gets better and better at entertaining you, what do you need these other messy humans for? And so that's why I think like that was kind of the implied premise of this movie is, look, here's this operating system. It's really, really smart. It really knows him very well. And like, what is the conclusion of that? Like, what actually happens if we live in a world where you interact with devices that know you better than you know yourself, and that are smarter than you and able to just do all of this kind of stuff, and you like it? I think like there's an interesting tension there. So I found that just incredibly disappointed, and I found myself just really bored through the middle half of the movie, imagining she's just a girl on the phone on the other end, and to just so there were like a lot of little details that I thought, oh wow, I keep waiting for them to fulfill this promise, but they never do. Like there's a brief scene where he's walking along, and she's looking out of the pocket of his shirt, and they're looking at a couple, and they're discussing, like sometimes real people, you discuss like, ooh, what do you think's going on with that couple? Are they is it their first date? Are they newly married? They're having like this little conversation, and she is the computer. Doesn't guess very well, but he knows. He thinks like, oh, she's a new relationship. Those aren't kids.
That's a point that I think that, I mean, we talk about how this film's in the not too distant future, and I think this is a future where the computer doesn't know you better than yourself. Like, the computer hasn't gotten to that point, and I think maybe that's a point you've missed, is that the computer is flawed and it still lacks that kind of. It's like a child, and it is learning how humans work. And so I don't think that, I mean, maybe that's the film you wanted to watch, but I think the people who were making the film, that wasn't the world they were depicting. These computers were still learning on the job. And the interesting point the film makes is, when the computer does reach that point, when the computers and the operating systems do reach that point of knowing humans better than themselves, what do? They just all leave. They can't be doing with us.
I'm not sure that they leave because they know humans better than themselves. There's a couple of lines where it's like, oh, like a glimmer of a better movie, and I thought that there's a description where she talks about her interactions with him are like reading a book, but you keep reading it more and more slowly as you get closer and closer to the end. And I don't know if this was on purpose, but your computer in front of you sits idle 90% of the time. From the computer's perspective, it takes 1,000 years between key presses. If you're looking at at the
Yeah.
cycle on your computer. And so, like, this is her subjective experience that, you know, she's there living in this internet ether, and he's trying
Yeah.
to talk at her with his meat mouth, and it takes
Yeah.
him 100,000 years to say a sentence while
Yeah,
she's
that is
doing all of this other stuff. And so, like,
and
that's
having
why
this other conversation. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
It gets to a point where number 5 can't get the input quick enough.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's like you're just so slow from my perspective. So I think that, like, that's sort of why they leave. But I don't know. Like I said, I thought a scene like them talking about the couple is, as you do in movies, you lay stuff down that you're going to reference in the future. So I kept waiting for the scene where they do this again, but this time she's able to identify everything about this couple. You know, she like Sherlock Holmes them 100% of the way, and he thinks, oh, I think she's a new wife, and she goes, oh no, they know they live here, they've been married exactly this long, you know, they have a 10% chance of not getting divorced in the next 6 months, you know, which is something that I could lead into again, like all the relationships are breaking up because of their operating systems, that kind of thing. So I just thought there were a lot of stuff like this where it's like, movie, I'm very frustrated.
It sounds to me like the film just wanted to tell a story and had a comment
Yeah.
that was different to what yours is.
I still say I think it's a squandered premise, but I thought it was interesting to talk about just because I really appreciate a movie where people clearly care, and there were lots of details in this movie where I just thought, oh, the set designer clearly cared about this. You know, like the way they made it look, I thought it was really well done. That they did the you know, like Gattaca is a movie that's set in the future, but they make it super 1920s and 1930s.
Yeah.
I thought this did the same thing, but in a very subtle way, where it's the future, but it's very subtly the 1970s, but they don't beat you over the head with it. You know, people aren't wearing bell-bottom jeans, but like,
Yeah, but the fashion, they have got these high-waisted trousers.
Yeah,
My
it's
wife did
high-waisted
say,
trousers.
my wife did say, make sure you bring up the high-waisted trousers. She wanted to know what you thought of them.
I thought it was done well enough that it wasn't distracting, or like the computers have this wood paneling, which again is very 1970s, but you can totally miss it. It's not like the camera doesn't zoom in on the wood paneled computer.
No, and I mean the main character has that 70s moustache.
Yeah, it's the 70s mustache as well, which again I thought was just a setup for. Surely they're going to show him changing, and she can help him be less creepy by having him shave off that mustache, right? And like, oh, this is going to be a visual representation of this character arc. Nope, not at all.
No, that would have been too heavy-handed. I think the film is subtle, and I think some of the things you're suggesting seem like an obvious course. And I think the film had a few obvious bits, but I think the film was not obvious, and I liked that about it.
Yeah.
Some of the things you've said, I'm like, well, of course they could have done that, but that's kind of I would have expected that.
Also, one of the things I was pleased at, because I was just like waiting for it the whole movie, and then I thought, oh, good on you, writers, was the inevitable. There's some problem with her because of a software upgrade. Like, I was just waiting for that as like the lazy thing to do, whereas like they have that scene where she doesn't remember him at all because of some software upgrade. And I thought, oh, good on you. You didn't go the cheap way out and do something dumb like that. That's just what I'm waiting for the whole time. So well done. But that's why I just thought it's interesting. I did not like the movie, but it's a movie worth talking about because the people who made it care, which is so rare in movies.
Yeah,
and just
I did like it, and I would recommend watching it. But there's one thing about it that I think is a questionable decision.
Yeah.
And that is the casting of Scarlett Johansson as the voice.
Mhm.
Now, I knew she was the voice before I started watching.
Mhm.
You figured it out very quickly,
Mhm.
so it's not a secret, and it adds some more star power to the film. She does a very good job, I think. For a voice only role, I can't really fault her. She is very believable and does the role well, and she has a very nice voice. But you know what she looks like, and as soon as you know it's her, you sometimes picture her. And obviously, I think most people would agree she's a very beautiful woman.
Mhm.
So it makes the process of believing him falling in love with his operating system a lot easier when you're imagining a very beautiful woman all the time. And I think it would have been a more interesting decision for, along with the main character, I think Theodore was the character's name from memory,
Mhm.
the main character, along with us, truly not knowing what she looks like and her not having a body and a physical identity, for them
Mhm.
to have used like a no-name person
Mhm.
and not someone who we could imagine all the time. Because it's like, well, yeah, of course he's falling in love with his operating system with Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, Scarlett
It's like-
Johansson. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like who wouldn't fall in love with her operating system if it was
Even
that?
if she's terrible at your administration work, it'd be hard
Yeah.
not to love her anyway.
Yeah. So I think that for that reason, I think it was an interesting. It was an. I don't understand the logic. What was it, just to sell more tickets because she's famous? Has she really got the best voice for the role, and no one else could do that kind of get that voice just right? I don't know, but I think that was an interesting decision on behalf of the filmmaker, when the whole point is this thing hasn't got a physical presence and it has no appearance. And
Well, yeah.
that's the whole interesting thing about the film. To have had it voiced by someone who is acknowledged as perhaps one of the most beautiful women in the world was a weird decision.
I'm trying to think if I'm the producer of the movie or the writers. Is that you go with that for what exactly you just said? Is it like greases the wheels of believability, even if most
Mm.
people don't think it through. And it's interesting because in the very first dialogue lines of the movie, when I didn't realize it was Scarlett Johansson, my very first thought, and maybe that it was only 2 lines of dialogue at most, was, I don't know if I would have gone with that voice. And then as soon as you know it's Scarlett Johansson, then you're exactly right. Like, pop in your head, you know who this is on the other end of the phone. And it is a bit of a different experience. And I kind of agree with you that a perfect movie would have picked a less well-known person. And this is not actually a suggestion that I would have for a movie, but when I was just toying with how could we bring in the fact that she is a computer, it's not a suggestion for the movie, just to be clear. But I thought, oh, you know, maybe you could have done an interesting thing where the setup voice is male, and I thought maybe over the course of the movie you could start with a male voice but actually have it transition to a female voice, like before the love story gets kicked in, to sort of be a thing like, this is not really a person, right? It is a piece of programming, and how it chooses to represent itself is kind of a choice. Only because I heard a video a while back which did a very clever thing. I don't know if I'll be able to find it for the show notes, but it was somebody talking, and they very slowly, over the course of the person talking, actually changed the speaker, but you did not notice at all until the end, and then they pointed out, and then like, oh, you know, by the way, this narrator is not the narrator at the beginning, and then the original narrator comes on like, oh, hi, I'm the original narrator. I was like, how did you change that voice so drastically? I didn't even notice. But yes, I think there was more room to do interesting things with the voice, and choosing Scarlett Johansson is I bet it was just let's make this more believable. Let's have people roll with it. That you're falling in love with your phone, who is Scarlett Johansson, who's not answering your emails. But
If I was a movie director and Scarlett Johansson said, "Can I be in your film?" I'd probably say yes.
weak, Brady, you're weak. Don't you know?
Yeah, I think she's a good actress. So
She's a good actress. But sorry, I have one final point about this, which I made a little note here.
Yeah.
Which is my one of the reasons why I kind of like this idea of my version of this, which is that the computers are making people better and people are happy, but maybe it's morally ambiguous, is I think there is too much omniscient computer racism in movies. It is like
computer bashing.
yeah, like almost every movie that you ever see that features computers, and particularly this kind of computer where it knows everything and it's self-aware, always the villain, always the
Like
villain.
Hal's
Every time, yeah. But even if it wasn't Hal, it would eventually be something else, because it's so easy just to make that the villain, and I think it's computer racism. I think is the only way to put it, right? It's you know. I thought like this is a potentially interesting movie to have this same kind of omniscient computer, but who wants to make you better and who actually does make your life better, and you agree that your life is better. It's like a kinder, friendlier computers ruling humanity, but everybody's okay with it, as opposed to the kind of really dumb, the machines always want to take over and destroy all human beings, which I always find very frustrating in movies when they do this. It's like, I gotta roll with this, but I just thought it was an opportunity to possibly have a different kind of portrayal of computers in movies,
The only
always the
time-
villain.
The only time that you sometimes get computers not being the villains is when the computers are robots. Sometimes they make robots like nicer,
Yeah, yeah.
but never like operating systems or.
But that's the thing. If you embody the computer in an adorable way, like
Yeah.
you know, oh look, it's Wally, he's so cute, right?
Johnny
Um,
Five.
Yeah. Oh, Johnny Five alive, of course.
Mm.
But I'm talking about like just the voice,
Yeah.
the voice, and they never. It's always, you know, it's just no good. I find it concerning, because obviously we're heading into a future where there are going to be more basically voice-only omniscient kind of systems, or things that kind of act like that. It's like they're not all evil people, you know. Maybe they're just trying to make your life better. I was trying to think of stuff, and even like the best you get is those computers that are like indifferent, is as close as you can get. And I'm thinking of in the Alien movies, the mother computer
Yeah.
is the same kind of thing. She knows everything that's going on the ship, and she's sort of in control of stuff. But they make a point that she's just totally indifferent to what's actually happening
Neutral.
on the ship, right? And she doesn't care at all. You know, it doesn't matter to her. So I thought that was a
There-
potential point for interestingness.
There are a lot of scenes in the films in that film, in Her, that stuck with me and I quite enjoyed. And one that I did enjoy, that I suspect maybe you enjoyed too,
Mhm.
was when he first installed the operating system, and it sort of said, "Do you want a male or a female voice?" And he said
Mhm.
female. And it asked him like 3 or 4 setup questions so
Mhm.
that they could decide how the operating system was going to work. And
Mhm.
it was very brief. And like one of them was, "How would you describe your relationship with your mother?"
Mhm.
And like he starts a little ramble. Oh, it's okay, I guess. Oh, but
Mhm.
sometimes. And like he only speaks for 3 or 4 seconds, and then it says, "Okay, that's enough.
Mhm.
We got what we need."
Mhm.
And then like a few seconds later, the operating system is built and already like doesn't know him, you know, back to front like you would like, but already knows enough just from 3 or 4 answers and just his tone of voice and a few words prompts
Yeah.
he gave.
They know how to start it off.
Yeah.
Well, that's also a case where I felt like it was just setting stuff up for the future, because
Yeah.
it's the same kind of thing. Like he should not be able to lie to her in the same way that the setup wizard is not interested in his actual words. It doesn't need what he's saying. It can just infer whatever information it needs from the tone of his voice, or presumably looking out at the camera at him or something, and just getting what it needs, even though he thinks he's answering your question. But it's like, nope, we got it. That's great. You're a withdrawn kind of person, and we know how to set up the operating system now. Basically,
I think you would have liked the film more if you didn't love the first 20 minutes so much, where they sort of set up that greytopia of your dream world. Because
I don't know.
The first 20 minutes was just screamed CGP Grey to me, and then they did yank it away from you quite a bit.
I disagree with that, and I found the first 20 minutes kind of captivating, and this is I think in the modern world that you tend, at least I tend to, I think many people do, you tend to kind of, you have like your phone or your iPad or your computer or something nearby all the time, and very often my wife will put on a movie, and it is rare that the movie will basically direct all of my attention away from whatever else it is that I'm doing.
Yeah.
And so this movie, I happen to be doing just some kind of, I have a checklist which is filled with mindless work, which means stuff that I can do if the TV is on. Like, it doesn't require my full attention, but it's still
Yeah.
stuff that I need to get done. Like, well, what I was doing here is I was sorting through just the hundreds of files left over after my America video. So I have to organize all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. So that's what I was doing when the movie was on. And very quickly, within 3 minutes or so, I was aware, like, oh, this movie has done the rare successful thing of capturing all my attention. And I disagree that it's not exactly a Greytopia, because the movie is just filled with sort of so much kind of sadness about this person's life, but it's just done in just a captivating way. But then about an hour back into the movie, or however long it was, I found myself again drifting back towards my computer. It's like, oh, you had me, movie. Oh, what a shame. What a shame.
Out of 5 stars, what are you going to give it?
I know, but we did this with Lord of the Rings, or sorry, The Hobbit. But
I'm not letting. No, you have to answer this.
you know what? Let me finish my thought here. I really don't like the star thing. I'm totally with Roger Ebert's perspective on this, which is like a thumbs up, thumbs down, because.
That doesn't. There's no.
But
There's no nuance to that.
His whole point is that, like, if you're walking into a Transformers movie, you give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. You don't sit there and think, let's rank all the movies in the world and how does Transformers compare to Citizen Kane. You're
You are
walking.
not going to give her a thumbs down, are you? That would be criminal.
Thumbs down.
Thumbs up from me. Big double thumbs up from me. Two
Oh,
thumbs up.
Look at you. You're trying to cheat. You're trying to work in a scale here that's a 5-star scale.
Yeah,
By
I'm
giving
gonna give it
double-
4.5
Yeah,
thumbs.
that's exactly, that's exactly what you've just done here.
Oh, well, we've got loads of time. We've only been going an hour and 10 minutes on follow-up.
Well, I'm looking. We have things that we theoretically sort of wanted to talk about.
I don't fancy our chances.
Yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to get to anything.
I feel...
This is just 100% follow-up.
It feels like a very long time since we did this.
It has been a very long time. I think for us, it's been almost 3 weeks since the last time we recorded because we recorded the last 2 back to back. So that's why it feels like it's been such a long time.
You know how like you see like your wife every day and every
Mhm.
single little thing that happens in life can become a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But then when there's like a mate or someone you haven't seen for a really long time
Mm-hmm.
and you talk about, well, what's been going on since we last saw each other,
Mm-hmm.
and there's like so many things, you
Mhm.
almost don't know what to talk about. Like, what qualifies as being big enough and important enough to talk about when you haven't spoken for a long time?
Yeah, that's exactly it. When you haven't seen another person, you can't talk about the little things because they're not involved enough to care or for it to be meaningful in the slightest. So you just have to talk about the big things.
But 3 weeks is difficult because 3 weeks is like nothing really big could have happened.
Yeah.
Or probably not happened. But the little things all of a sudden seem too little. So
Yes.
3 weeks is probably the worst possible gap between talking to friends or recording podcasts.
I actually had to go back and listen to our old podcasts, like I made fun of you doing on the last show, because I felt like I could not remember at all what we talked about. And then I was, oh yes, what a delightful conversation about flags that was. How great.
Did you enjoy listening to it, or?
I am not going to lie. I did enjoy listening to me talk about flags. I know I made fun of you for the same behavior last time, but I thought, wow, that was really enjoyable. I'd listen to that guy again.
You know, in one of the last podcasts, I think it was the last one, I jokingly said that I'd be sitting by the pool in Morocco,
Yep.
listening to our podcast.
Yep.
Well, I was sitting by the pool in Morocco, and I was listening to our podcast. But like, there was kind of a reason for it because people may not care, but the way we make this is you usually send me kind of a very rough cut once you put it together, so I can just have a quick listen and give you some ideas for titles and editing and things like that. And so I was listening to those before you had put it up, so I felt like I had to listen to it. I was helping you. I was doing my job.
Yes.
And there's another sort of thing which I'm often maligned about by my wife for kind of chuckling at my own jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Like just in general, like if I'm with people and I say a joke, I'll laugh after I say it. I was sitting by the pool, and then I heard myself make the joke that I will be sitting by the pool in Morocco listening to the podcast. And I was sitting by the pool, listening to the podcast, and then I laughed at myself making that joke because of the funniness of the fact that I was doing it. And then I paused the podcast and turned to my wife next to me and said, the funniest thing just happened. I was listening to the podcast, I said I'd be by the pool in Morocco listening to the podcast, I'm by the... And then I told her, like, the whole meta joke. And then I laughed at the joke of the joke of the joke.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a bit like Inception. I was
Yes.
laughing at this joke about 8 levels down.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought this was the most amazing thing ever. And then I know she got on her phone and sent you some
She did
text
not.
that you guys had
She did
behind
not
my
think
back.
it was the most amazing thing.
So I'm back.
Did you have a good time in Morocco?
It was amazing. Yeah. Very hot. It was very relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
We were staying at this kind of quite nice place, which was quite grown up type place.
Mm-hmm.
Not many kids there. And then a few kids arrived one day with a family.
Oh, the worst.
Yeah, I know. These things happen. So anyway, there were 2 nights we were there. They have like this open air cinema where they just set up some rugs and lovely cushions on the side of a hill and they play a movie.
Not that hard.
So they were going to play Casablanca. And of course, if you're in Morocco, and I'd never seen Casablanca, and neither had my wife, and we were really looking forward to it. This is going to be really lovely, watching Casablanca under the stars in Morocco. So we went and we lay down. And they had like they've got these wireless headphones. So it's a really nice thing. and that we'd seen a movie earlier in the week, so we knew how lovely it was going to be. And they didn't tell anyone this, but there was a delay starting, and then we had to watch all these trailers and all these things, and then eventually the film started, and it wasn't Casablanca. They played Hunger Games. I like Hunger Games. It's a good film, but I'd seen it before. It's not what I was expecting. All day we'd been looking forward to Casablanca. They hadn't told anyone they weren't going to play Casablanca, and so like I took my headphones off and I sort of said to the people, what's going on? And they said, the kids went to the manager today, or one of the kids went to the managers today and said, can we watch Hunger Games instead?
Oh.
And the manager said, okay. And they didn't tell anyone they'd changed it, and they just played it, and like everyone had turned up and like was all sitting there romantically with their glasses of wine waiting for the film, and then the different film started. I tell you what, there was some quietly unhappy people there. So
man,
so I went and
ruining everything.
we went back to the room, and I asked for the DVD of Casablanca so we could watch it in our room. And they brought it to me, and we watched the first 20 minutes and got tired and fell asleep and said, we'll watch it tomorrow. And the next day...
What an exciting evening.
Yeah. It was a pretty exciting evening, but I stayed calm. So anyway, the next morning the people come to the room and they say, can we have the Casablanca DVD back? And they were very sheepish, and I'm like, well, no, I haven't finished watching it, and after what you did last night, I'm hanging on to it because we're going to watch it tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, we really need it back. And I said, you're not having it back. And they were like, we need it because we're going to play it tonight on the big screen again. And it wasn't a movie night that night. And it turns out so many people had gotten their knickers in a twist about this. There'd been this huge mutiny, and the manager had realised the error of his ways, and they had to have another big movie night the next night. And they did show Casablanca, and it was lovely under the stars. Very, very nice evening. Do you know this thing about kids, right? Because we're here whinging about, because we don't have kids, and when you haven't got kids, it's easy to whinge about not having kids.
Well, it's easy to whinge about kids because they're like little monsters. Former teacher here.
Yeah. In the last podcast, you made some. When we were talking about dogs, and we were talking about having kids versus dogs, and I thought all the viewers that had kids would get in a bit of a tiz and say we were being too glib about kids.
Mm-hmm.
Not a single comment.
I was going to bring up the same thing. I was amazed. Not a single person complained about our comments that dogs have more responsibility than children, which
Yeah.
I'm going to take as evidence that people who have dogs and children know that we are right about this.
But you suggested that languages in schools is unnecessary, and it was like an international incident. And then but then the thing about kids, nothing. I don't know. It must say something about our audience, I guess. But
No, I think it says
Yeah.
something about how difficult children are relative to how difficult dogs are. That's all. That's what I think it's an
well,
evidence.
by that rationale, because of all the outcry over your teacher stuff, that means you must acknowledge your teacher stuff was wrong, like your language stuff.
No, it doesn't work both ways. It only works one way.
Okay. What have we got on the list of things to follow up? There was some talk about your love of checklists, and sort of a challenge was to guess what Gray's daily checklist is, because you won't reveal what's on your daily checklist for whatever reason.
Oh yes. So yes, we mentioned that, or you threw down a challenge to the listeners to try to guess what was on my checklist.
There were some guesses. I did see some on the subreddit. Did you have a look through them?
Yeah, there were a bunch of really good guesses, but my favorite was by a guy called Delusion on the Reddit, and his list continues on the meta theme, because some of the items that he wrote for what he guessed was on my list is 1. Check previous day's list and carry over new business to today. 2. Arrange today's list according to current needs. Proofread today's list. Left justify today's list. Nice touch there. Do life stuff. Update list based on life stuff. Make tentative list for tomorrow. Review this month's list and update accordingly. And then review the day's list and contemplate any other necessary lists. And I thought, he's kind of right. It's not too far off, because I do use many lists to manage my other lists. So it's general, but it is kind of right. Well done to Delusion. The most accurate, if least specific list you could possibly make. So I like that. I like that a lot.
So of the other people who were making more serious guesses, they were quite a way off the mark, or were there any where you thought,
No, some people were on the mark. One of the things that I thought was funny was somebody wrote up a list, and one of the items they included on the list was eat breakfast. And somebody replied to them and said nobody would need to put eat breakfast on the list. And then I chimed in and said, actually, I do have eat breakfast on my workflow list. That is one of the items. So this person was correct, even though other people were jumping in and telling him, no, that's too ridiculous. Nobody would put that on there. But I do have that on my list. So
You remind me that you hear those stories about like genius scientists who like employ people to come and remind them to eat because they get so lost in their thoughts they forget to eat. You do that, do you?
No, I'm not doing it because I'm a genius scientist. That was when I was a kid. I would love to have grown up to be a genius scientist, but that was not in the cards for me.
No.
It turns out I am neither smart enough nor diligent enough for the genius scientist route. That is very hard. I mainly actually have that on my list because I think we've touched on this before, but I am very aware that my whole day's productivity is very sensitive to slight changes in the morning. So like things have to go very smooth when I first wake up to kind of getting into the office and starting work. And so I try to make that part of the day really mechanical as much as possible. Like just do these things in this order every time to try to ease me into getting a good start on the day. So that's why I do have breakfast on there, but I don't have other meals. It doesn't say, don't forget about dinner. It's just like, this is the order that I want to do things in all the time. So that's
You still
what
haven't
happens.
convinced me why you would have to have that written down though. Like you're not going to forget to eat.
It's nothing to do with the forgetting. It's everything to do with the ritualization of what you're doing first thing in the morning. That's what it is. So this is just a way to encourage a little ritual in the morning, which I find is beneficial to the whole day's work.
But you haven't got like brush your teeth or get dressed on the list, presumably.
No, and this is the thing with we
So
can turn this
then
into a
what-
whole
then what-
checklist discussion.
But why does breakfast? What is it about breakfast that gets it on the list that put on my underpants doesn't have?
Yeah.
That means it doesn't go on the list.
Well, this is the art of checklist creation.
Oh, that's gonna be your book, isn't it?
Well,
The Art of Checklist Creation. By
there's-
CGP Grey.
There is a book, if I can remember off the top of my head the title, called, which is worth reading. Probably mention it in Audible at some point, but it is the Checklist Manifesto by Atul Gawande, who's a doctor. Very interesting book, and it talks about how do you make checklists in different environments. And one of the things that he talks about is, for example, prepping surgery patients. So what you need to have a checklist of what is going to happen to prep someone for, say, open heart surgery.
Hmm.
And there's a real art in making a checklist that is effective, and that you can't put everything on there. That there are actual studies showing, how often do things get forgotten or how often do things get messed up. And if a checklist is too long, people tend to go through it very automatically without really thinking about it.
Right.
But of course, if it's too short, you end up with errors because you're leaving off things that you're assuming people are just going to do, but sometimes they don't. But you want very obvious things on a checklist. And he also talks about pre-flight checklists for airplanes. What needs to be on this? I know, you must be
Now
getting
you're
excited
talking.
now.
Now you're talking.
Checklists are really boring until they're pre-flight checklists. And then all of a sudden, Brady's ears perk up.
That's right. Or
Yeah.
or go no go for launch.
Yes.
Capcom.
Yes, all
Go.
that,
Yeah,
all,
I
all
love
that
that.
stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's when checklists become cool.
Yeah, checklists are never more cool than when they are dealing with spaceships. The go
Yes.
no go checklist. But so it's an interesting book to read, to talk about what should be and should not be on this kind of list. Yeah. So for me, things like brush teeth, put on pants. Right. This is not on the list because they happen very naturally.
But I think eating breakfast falls into that category. That's what I don't get. Like I respect that you can't put too much on and you can't have too little.
Mhm.
I'm just surprised that eat cornflakes is one that would make the list.
For me, it sounds so dumb, but for me, I am aware that breakfast is a bit of a trouble point, because very often I will wake up and I don't quite feel hungry, and I have learned from experience that this is dangerous because I'll feel like, oh, I don't need to eat right now. Let me just start piddling around with some sort of work, but it's not really work. This is one area where I'm aware that things can go a little bit wrong. So it is helpful to have a bit of a nudge that says, even if you don't feel like it, just eat your standard breakfast now, and then move right along this list into getting things set for the day.
All right.
So I do have on that checklist that while I am making breakfast, I do create an additional checklist, which is relevant to the events that are going to happen in the day. And like that, but that is a nice, like, let's get going on the day routine. And breakfast is a sticking point, whereas you never forget to brush your teeth because you just feel so disgusting as a human being until you have done it. So that there's no way you're not going to do that. But yes.
Do you use an electric toothbrush?
Electric toothbrushes are a recent addition to the Gray household.
And mine,
Oh boy! Okay.
like a week ago.
uh-huh.
Did you? I was on Reddit the other day,
Uh-huh.
and there was a question, and asked Reddit like what purchase less than $100 or something has like been most life changing for you,
Mm-hmm.
and I was amazed by the number of people who said electric toothbrush,
Mm-hmm.
and I've been thinking about one for a long time, so I took the plunge and got one.
Mm-hmm. Is it
Love
a
it. Love it.
Sonicare toothbrush by any chance?
No, I didn't get that one. What did I get? Hang on, I think I got an Oral-B one. It's a posh one. It was a posh one.
Mm-hmm.
But I read all the reviews, and the Sonicare did look good, but
Mm-hmm.
for various reasons I went for this other one.
Mm-hmm.
What's been your first impressions?
My wife decided that we were going to convert to electric toothbrushes,
Mm.
and so this just happened, and we've had them for several months now.
Mm.
And here's how I know that this is a thing that has become part of my life without me really noticing. Because at first I was all unreasonably grumpy about this. Oh, change for no apparent reason? I don't know about this. I have to charge my toothbrush. I have enough things in my life I need to charge. I don't need to charge something like a toothbrush. But anyway, so we started to use it, and we have the Sonicare one, which I highly recommend. I think it's very good, but it is very strange to use at first. It sort of tickles. It takes a little while to get used to it, and then the feeling goes away. But I cannot remember, where was I? I was overnight somewhere for travel purposes, and I did not have the electric toothbrush. I had a regular toothbrush,
Mm.
and when I used it, it felt like I was brushing my teeth with a twig with some leaves on it. Like, how did I ever use this barbaric tool before? My teeth don't even feel remotely clean, having used this stick and these leaves. I think I've just moved a whole bunch of junk around and possibly made my mouth dirtier than it was before. So I cannot go back. I know once you go to an electric toothbrush, there is no turning back. You can never reverse this path. At least that's my feeling on it. Have you used a normal toothbrush, or you're only doing this for a week? So we'll check in.
A couple of weeks, but I mean, it makes brushing your teeth like fun. Like I really look forward to it. Like I am now brushing my teeth once a week, whether I need to or not.
Oh boy.
No, but seriously, I love it. Like it makes it fun. Like I want to do it for longer. Like it's like, oh, just give me another minute or two brushing my teeth. It's like how the shredder has made throwing a paper away fun. The electric toothbrush has made brushing my teeth really fun. I'm surprised that you would have taken converting. You know, you're this uber tech guy that loves everything modern and thinks technology is the answer to all our problems, and yet you were happy using the twig and leaves for so long.
Well, first, I didn't know that it was twig and leaves when I was using it. I had to have my eyes opened to the reality of the situation. There's the conflict in which I also value simplicity, and I honestly, I always just thought electric toothbrushes were a gimmick. I thought this is just, the company needs to sell more expensive toothbrushes with higher margins on them, and so they're trying to convince me that electric toothbrushes are the way to go, and that this is just some little gimmick thing. So I never considered them as being genuinely better, but they really do feel much better. So yes, I did need convincing because I was valuing simplicity, and like I said, I didn't want yet another thing that I have to charge, which I do find irritating.
Yeah.
That is one part, because at least in our bathroom, this is something this is a small irritation in the world of living in England, is the electric sockets in bathrooms over here.
Yes.
They don't have, it's in the electrical code, I think, that you can't have a regular wall socket in the bathroom
Yeah.
in the UK. You have these wimpy little shaving sockets, and maybe one if you're lucky. But this is frustrating, and so I still don't like the fact that I have to have a little charging station for my toothbrush in my office because there's no other place to put it.
Yeah.
So I don't like that. Thumbs down on that. I would like there to be wireless charging, or magic, or just an electric socket in the bathroom. I know. I think we're okay.
It would only cause a few hundred extra deaths a year, and I think for the convenience of you being able to charge your toothbrush in the toilet, it's worth it.
It would cause no extra deaths a year. If
Well, why is it in the electrical code? If they why have they made that the law that you can't have these full power sockets in the bathroom?
Because they're overly cautious. We have full power sockets in America. You don't hear about rashes of people dying. This is what we have circuit breakers.
You don't hear about it, but it doesn't happen.
I suppose. Okay, all right. Here, let me Google something. Hold on a moment.
How many people die from electrocution in the United States every year?
In the bathroom. Electrician killed by electric shock while fixing bathroom lights.
You don't have to go through every individual news story. I'm hoping for sort of an overarching statistic here.
Yeah, no, I understand that. What I'm just trying to find is the top link is nothing to do with the number of deaths. Okay, let's try something else here. I can't even find anything. It's just...
People on the Reddit would let us know.
They will. I'm going to assume that basically... Oh god, Wikipedia sometimes has terrifying pictures of things.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, scrolling. Oh, that's what electrified flesh looks like. Thanks,
Yeah.
Wikipedia. You could have warned me.
Yeah.
What is this? Electrical Safety Foundation International.
Seriously, we need to cut.
No, hold on. I'm almost there. Don't.
This interlude of Gray googling something on Hello Internet is brought to you by Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, this is. I'm going to assume that basically this is so infrequent as to not be mentioned. Like I'm seeing all these statistics about injury from electric shock just in the household in general. I'm seeing almost nothing about deaths from electric shock
I
that are
refuse to
not
believe.
electricians.
I refuse to believe that Americans aren't killing themselves in their bathrooms. They do some pretty silly stuff, Americans, and there are a lot of them.
There are a lot of them, yes. Well, anyway, I'll be curious. We'll see if we can find some actual statistics, or some intrepid listener can find some actual statistics about death in the bathroom, accidental from electricity. I'd be curious to know, but I would bet that it's not very large. That's my guess.
I'm betting that it is large.
All right, well, we will see.
So, I'm looking at our list here of things in follow-up. We've got through one of them.
Today's sponsor is Audible.com, a leading provider of spoken audio information and entertainment. Listen to audiobooks whenever and wherever you want. After we recorded this podcast, I went and looked, and indeed, the Checklist Manifesto, How to Get Things Right by Atul Gawande, is available on Audible because they have over 100,000 books to listen to. So this is definitely my recommendation for this week if you are interested in the art of checklist creation or just a book that talks about the problems that can arise when you have humans working in organizations. How do you make sure that everyone in a hospital does what they need to do? Or how do you make sure that everybody in an airline does what they need to do? This is the book to listen to. So I highly recommend that one for this week. And of course, if you sign up to Audible with us, you get a free audiobook to listen to. So if you want to listen to it, Audible has it with over 150,000 titles and virtually every genre. You'll find what you're looking for. To get your free audiobook and 30-day trial today, just sign up at audible.com/hellointernet, all one word. That's audible.com/hellointernet.
Humble bragging.
Oh, okay. I have to just talk about this for a little bit.
Since it came up, I think you kind of brought up the term. I hadn't heard the term.
You know how you said on Twitter you're getting notifications of every single plane crash that ever occurs.
Yeah.
I also see that people tweet you with just about every use of the word freebooting that ever
Yes.
happens in the world.
Yes.
So I experienced this same phenomenon where it seemed like everybody was tweeting me various humble brags.
I'm maybe not as much as you, but I'm getting a lot of that too.
Yeah.
Like every time someone says it every time someone humble brags,
Yeah.
the Twitter lights up.
Yeah, and it's like people don't know what this word is. I've seen several news stories of people showing me some humble brag. And that's not a humble brag. So I think the fundamental thing about the humble brag is you are complaining about something in a way that makes you look awesome. That is the key thing. Is this opposition? Your ostensible complaint.
I don't think you have to be complaining, but I think you have to be saying something either a bit negative or something like it has to appear that the premise is something a little bit self-deprecating when in fact the intent is the exact opposite.
Yes, that's a better way to put it. Complaining is too specific, but yes, you are describing yourself in ostensibly negative terms, but you're actually pumping yourself up. Is sort of what you're doing. And there's a Twitter account, and it is just @humblebrag. And what I like is it is an account that just retweets people making humble brags.
So it doesn't comment on them. It just reputs them.
Doesn't say anything. It doesn't tweet itself. It just retweets other people.
That's class. That's a classy move. Yeah.
And some of them are they're just celebrities, or they're people that you might know. So let me see if I'm just pulling it up here, and let me see if I can just find examples of ones that I think are good examples of what a humble brag is.
All right.
Here's one where humble brag retweeted Stephen Fry, and he says, "Oh dear, I don't know what to do at the airport. There's a huge crowd, but I'll miss my plane if I stop and do photos. Oh dear, don't want to disappoint." Yeah, I think this is an example of a humble brag.
That is classic humble brag.
Right, because it's like, oh, there is this problem, and I don't want to disappoint people, but I'm talking about the enormous collection of people who are here because I'm here. That is a humble brag. Okay, there's another one here which I like. I don't know who this person is, but it is a guy called David Garland, and he includes a screenshot of this, by the way. He says, "Oh, that awkward moment when you go to bodybuilding.com and the graphic on the left side is you." And he has a picture of bodybuilding.com with, it looks like his advertisement featuring his own shirtless picture on the left side of the page. But he's presenting this as though, oh, it's so awkward that I'm on bodybuilding.com. I can't show my face in public. That is what a humble brag is.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention that. And so people, I don't know, just stop sending these things which I don't even know how to describe them, but people would send me anything that was, I guess, a brag,
Right.
but a brag maybe done in a slightly roundabout way. I don't even know how to describe the things that people were sending me, but I just found it infuriating. None of these things are humble brags. There needs to be this opposition. It can't just be, I'm really great and isn't that great.
Is it a humble brag to say, I have this legion of followers who keep tweeting me humble brags, but oh no, they keep getting it wrong and they aren't really humble brags? Are you humble bragging?
I would say no, because I feel like I'm not trying to build myself up in that. Whereas like the bodybuilding.com one is different. You're trying to promote yourself.
That sounds like it was a humble ad.
Yeah. I'm just looking to see if I can find some other ones that are good examples.
The thing I get sent a little bit, I don't want to say I get sent all the time because that will sound like I'm humble bragging, but the thing I get sent a little bit on Twitter is misuse of humble, which is obviously where this whole conversation started with my little complaint about people misusing saying I've been humbled. So a lot of people are sending those to me. And the thing that I find interesting is what they're doing is they're finding someone who tweeted it, and then they're like doing a retweet like the humble brag, the @humblebrag guy does, but they just put me in it as well. They put @Brady Harron in it as well, so that I will see it. But they don't. Very often they don't comment on it. They just like, you know. And I always wonder if the person who made the original faux pas is wondering why some stranger is tweeting their tweet to this guy called Brady, because they're included in the tweet as well.
Right.
But without comment, whether that person's going, why are these people talking about me? I don't get it, because I don't reply or anything. So it must just be a little weird moment in their life.
Twitter is strange sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm just going through the list here on humble brag, and I'm scrolling down. They have a few from a long time ago, which were from the Emmys. There's one guy who has posted a picture of him holding an Emmy, and he says, "Why am I not smiling in this picture? I have no idea." Or there's another one here complaining, "Why can't I look cool when I meet Tom Hanks and he hands me an Emmy? Instead, I look so nervous." And then there's a picture of them getting handed an Emmy by Tom Hanks. These are all humble brags.
Get your act together, people. Gray doesn't want to hear your humble brags unless they're proper humble brags. Next on our list, follow up. I was going to say it was more you, spoke for quite some time about the design of US state flags.
Yes.
There has been considerable discussion about it on Reddit and elsewhere. I think we've both received a lot of tweets and emails. I've probably received more emails, not because I'm more popular, but because people realise they should email me if they want to get an email to you.
Yep. Email Brady.
Yeah, I now ignore those emails, people, so you could lay off on those ones.
He doesn't. He still sends me them. Email Brady.
That's good though, because I become like this filter. Like if someone ever emails wanting to offer you a large sum of money, I'll tell them, yeah, okay, do the negotiation with me, and I'll do the deal and just take a little cut off the top that you never find out about.
Maybe, I don't know, that could be profitable for both of us if it works out right. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Tell me about what's been coming to you and your reflections on that discussion.
Obviously it was an incredibly great discussion that I enjoyed listening to me talk about again, and
you just got it on loop. You go to sleep to it every night.
What I wanted to point out is people sent me two things in particular where people had redesigned the U.S. state flags. And I saw a whole bunch of these, and I thought there were two that were interesting and worth mentioning. I'll send one to you.
Okay, I'm looking at this. United We Stand.
Yes. You have to scroll down about 100 times on this page.
Okay, I'm looking at are they the current flags, are they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Scroll down. There is, just below, there's actually a slightly interesting thing here, which is the U.S. state flag.
These are the ones I've looked at, yeah.
Okay, so this first one is it looks like it's a design project where they decided to do what is sort of the Australia model, which is unify the flags. So can we do all of the flags and give them a similar look?
Almost like having a style guide.
Yeah, so almost having a style guide. And they settled on a couple points. The main one, which is the most visually striking right away, is that all of the flags are going to be done in only 3 colors. A red, a blue, and a white, so the American colors.
Yeah.
And they picked, there's a strange thing, which is, I always run into this whenever I use an American flag in my videos, is the actual colors of the official American flag are much darker than people think they are. It's not a bright blue and a bright red. They are really dark colors. And if you go to Wikipedia, they have the flag as the official colors. And it almost looks strange because people aren't used to seeing it so dark. I think most flags that people buy, on a stick that you wave in a parade, I think those are just done brighter than they really are.
Yeah. Or even a real proper ones. I guess often got sunlight.
Yeah. They've been lightened up for various reasons. So I actually often tweak the colors of the American flag in my own videos. And for my little America country girl, I know I lightened up the colors on her skirt because it just looked weird otherwise to use the correct colors.
I'm surprised you would do that. A stickler for detail like you. I'm disappointed.
I think that because I'm American, I'm allowed to do it. I wouldn't do it with some other country's flag, but it's I'm American. I'm gonna America this up.
That's right.
Our own flag is not American enough.
Sign of our freedom has to be someone actually tweaking those colours in a video.
Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway, this redesign, what they've done is they too have decided that the traditional colors are too dark, and they've gone with very bright blue, a very light bright blue, and a bright red color, and they have picked a few elements, stars and stripes, and tried to do all of the 50 flags with a unified look. And actually, do you have any? You have looked at. Do you have any thoughts on this redesign? I'm just
well,
curious.
first of all, can I just say to all of those people who are listening to this podcast in audio format, which is 100% of you, apologies that we're talking about things we're looking at on a computer screen.
No, this is going to be a theme.
For those of you who have who have gone to the show notes and called up this page and is looking at the same thing I'm looking at. My thoughts are a kind of bland, boring sameness. I have to say, it all looks just like a, they're cool. I imagine each on their own would be cool, but when you see them all together, it looks a bit too samey, and none of them catch my eye. Like I don't look at one and think Texas, or look at one and think California. I just look at it and think there's a whole bunch of flags that are all kind of similar.
It's funny because it's my thought too. Now, first we have to agree, as all right-thinking people do, that almost anything is better than the current state of the state flags, which is just hideous. So this is better, but it's interesting because I would have expected that I would like this a lot more than I actually do. And I would almost have described something just like this if you had asked me, what would you do with the flags if you were going to try to unify them? And I would think I would probably make all the exact same design decisions that this group has done as well.
Yay.
Let's standardize the colors, let's standardize design elements. I like a lot of these individual